Okay, afternoon everybody, and we begin our second phase of the hearings. We open our full council and we have the second stage of our long-term plan hearings, 2024 to 2034. And we have apologies from Councillor Griffiths, from Councillor Hammond, and we have via Zoom Councillor Cherri and Councillor Griffiths having moved, seconded by Councillor Bentley. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no, been carried. Any change of declaration, please seek the government advisor. And then we do have in front of us, we have the recommendations there that we receive the report, agree to receive and consider the submissions that are received. And we note all the verbal submissions for this hearing. And we note that all submissions will be considered during the deliberations of the long-term plan. We have a mover. We have a mover, Councillor Bentley, seconded by Councillor Wheeler. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. It's been carried. We now move to the public participation and the submitters. And just to let everyone know that you'll have approximately 5 minutes. The bell will ring at 4 minutes and twice after 5 minutes, and then there's time for questions. Our first submitter is Dr. Barry Wards. Welcome. Now you can either sit or stand, whatever's most comfortable.
I've been sitting all day, so
And that's submission number 375.
well, it's a horrible day to come to council. At least it's warm on here because it's freezing cold outside. Look, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'll hurriedly put together a written submission. So when I started looking through the consultation documents, I reflected back on these against the city vision and the 4 community outcomes: environment, social, cultural, economy and infrastructure. And then I looked back at the consultation documents and they're simply depressing. You know, our water infrastructure is stuffed after being told 4 years ago by this council we didn't have a problem with leaking pipes. Suddenly we have. We're spending millions on a swimming pool for a community of 40,000 people. We've spent millions on sport complexes and artificial turf. Now we're looking at a forward 20% rates hike in addition to regional rates hikes and increased rail charges. And I never thought I would start asking myself the question, why am I even living here? Never asked myself that question after living over 30 years in Upper Hutt. We're not making much progress at all. I certainly don't have the confidence in the way decisions are made or how our future is being managed. The first line of our vision is we have an outstanding natural environment. Yet while we sit on an area of approximately 54,000 hectares, the 3rd largest area of a city council in New Zealand, I'm told, the amount of funding and effort that goes into preserving and protecting those 54,000 hectares pales into insignificance when you look at the millions of dollars we're pouring into swimming pools, sports centres and artificial turf. We've reduced the amount of funding supporting pest control activities. We've reduced the amount of money supporting new native plantings around the city. We're fighting to retain natural open space for our well-being and kids' future. We're losing the battle with weeds and ecosystem resilience. Our river is but a mere trickle of what it used to be. We're in the midst of a global climate crisis, which will continue to impact sustainability and community resilience. And now we're proposing to reduce support for community effort and initiatives at a time when they need it more than ever. Reduce sustainability efforts through no further funding opportunities into the community. And we're still harking on about providing more homes for an increased population when we can't even adequately provide for the population we currently have. I want to mention the Future for Local Government report. It recommends a strengthened focus on well-being. This long-term plan sends us in the other direction. This is not a well-being LTP at all. So what I want you to think about is continue supporting community effort and initiatives. This activity enables a caring, safe, healthy community by supporting community participation, enhancing the capability and capacity of community groups, and improving community safety and resilience. You know, at a time of increasing pressures on communities, now's the wrong time to reduce interactions and support for communities. And I would really urge you to continue to support sustainability initiatives. Reducing these initiatives is simply nuts. We live in an environment of increasing impacts from climate change, low resilient community pressures. Reducing sustainability initiatives and a possible loss of the sustainability officer is a huge backward step. And as I stated in my position, if this goes ahead, you might as well bin the sustainability strategy completely. Fund and look at initiatives that support community effort to actually have an outstanding natural environment and make significant progress towards achieving that vision. My final comment relates to local democracy. We're a tiny little city of 40,000 people, thinking we're bigger than we actually are, and surrounded by other cities with their own council. Local democracy needs strengthening. We need a more participatory local government decision-making process. I would really urge you to look at alternative models of democracy, alternative models of engaging the community. Thank you.
Yeah, any questions? Yeah. Did you submit to the regional council the long-term plan?
No.
No, okay. Well, I only say that is because with a lot of that, it's the way stuff, pest control things, it's a two-pronged attack, really, you know, it's not just us. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Our second submitter is submission 512, and that is Hayden Kerr. Welcome, Hayden. Now you can either stand or sit if you want to.
Oh, look, I'll give this a go. Just before I start, can I just quickly ask, have councillors received my submission in this format? The reason I say is because I structured it and I wrote it and highlighted the kind of points in a particular way. There's no difference here from what I've submitted. So if any of you are interested in.
Thank you.
Yeah, because like I tried to email through the document and it had to be done. Yeah. So I'm basically talking off that, right? So. So the order and the highlighting of was meant to, I'm basically one point. I've got one main point. So anyway, I just want to say thank you. I appreciate this is a difficult time and I don't envy any of you for the tough decisions that you have to make. And as you'll see in there, there's a lot of things in this plan I actually been doing. So my name's Hayden Kerr. Some of you may recall I presented to the last long-term plan with my daughter, 15-year-old daughter, Caitlin, who spoke in favour of the pool redevelopment. Because I assumed that she might have been the youngest person by 20 years to submit. I present to you guys. Sadly, Caitlin passed away from cancer a few months later. And it's my concern for her generation, the fairness to her generation and the generations that go after that, which is really the heart of my submission. So my submission is really one idea, which is summed up by the two bolded statements that are in the front of that submission there, which is basically, I strongly support the proposed changes to fund infrastructural depreciation from rates, even though in my opinion, this is too little and too late. And why I agree that more needs to be done to smooth out this short-term rate hike that we've got and The one thing for me is that it cannot be done at the expense of further delaying that depreciation funding. So by way of context, as I'm a person with quite a bit of experience in water services management and local government law, and to say that I was shocked to find out that we didn't actually rate fund depreciation was probably an understatement. I genuinely actually didn't think that we were allowed to do that under the Local Government Act, but obviously we were. But by not doing it, all we have done is push this generation's fair share of infrastructural burden of replacement onto later generations. So I commend council fully for the changes to the policy. The new wording that you have in your document is completely correct, and it, as far as I can say, should have always been that way. Ideally, this change would be being bled in quicker from year one, but I recognise that in the situation that may not be possible. I also commend council for the efforts it's taken so far to try and address this rates increase. My biggest, and I agree that more needs to be done, right? But my concern is just that the easy way out for this is to further kick that down the road, that rates funding depreciation, which is just not fair. It is just placing further burden on the council, on the later generations. So that's the kind of the guts of it. I implored council, like you'll have a lot of people coming and saying, do stuff, like this is too high. Don't change that bit. So I don't like being a person that just sort of gets up and gives problems. The second page, you'll see I've given a bunch of different alternatives, ways that we might be able to address some of these issues without changing the rates funding the depreciation. And I'm happy to take any sort of questions about any aspects.
I remember your statement very well when you came.
Thank you.
Any questions? Councillor Swales.
Thank you very much for coming and presenting to us, and it's interesting, the proposition that you're putting to us, and I'm sure that many will agree that it is an intergenerational problem that we have. So thank you for your kind words with regard to the wording in our document. It's quite assuring for someone in your with your expertise to actually say that from a public perspective. So should we decide not to do anything with those two particular things with regard to infrastructure and depreciation, did you have any inclinations on the timeline, which is in the document that was sent out on page 36 to 37, to give us any suggestions? I believe we're probably committed to the H2O upgrade because it's finishing the project, right, that we've already committed to. But there are some other things in there that come with some big numbers. So where would you see us putting a stake in the ground with regard to those?
So if I understand your question correctly, you're saying that assuming that you stick with the depreciation, okay, so that's good. So I've put on my second page there a bunch of different suggestions. The main ones I think were possibly changes to the plan's assumptions.
Yes.
However, I recognise that they in themselves are not 100% desirable, but to me they are better than the alternative of further kicking this down the road, right? In terms of your specific question, around something that could be delayed, again, I'm not usually in favour of delaying things like that, but the one thing in particular is the paving program because simply for that, I think there's a good reason, because if you get your way, hopefully with your new rates increase on the derelict buildings and a bunch of those go, the footprint and what you may want to do with those could significantly change. And so that one there is one I think is ripe for a discussion around delaying. And you'll see there, that's the only thing I propose, like from my look at this. You'll also see there I threw in a few different suggestions for potentially increasing revenue. So that's.
Councillor Bentley.
Yeah, thank you very much, Hayden. Quick question on the second page under your second suggestion there. council should revisit whether the current plan to have a year balanced budget by year 6 should be extended.
Yep.
Wouldn't that be funding depreciation slower?
No,
That's
no,
what we
no,
mean.
no. So we're talking about, so there's operational expenses that you talk about here.
Right.
Again, and I don't actually think that's the best thing to do. I'm just saying, if you are faced with alternatives, that is better than kicking the depreciation down the road, right? So 6 years, ideally you would be doing it quicker than 6 years. I'm sure you all agree with that. But you know, like 6, 7, 8, you know, like if all of these things are possible things that you can do that stop your 19% rates increase, and if collectively different ideas mean that it's 12 or 10, I don't know, but that's, yeah.
So you hardline that fund depreciation no matter what, and then balance the budget slightly slower on other aspects.
Yeah, so you've got two different assumptions in there, right? Which I get, like council needs to make decisions and say present them as assumptions, right? Or to just present them as basically this is the way that we're doing it, right? Like, so I question whether or not, you know, whether or not that level of, like, it's prudent to definitely to have a cushion with your borrowing level, whether or not that could be slightly smaller. It's prudent to try and budget, you know, to get a balanced budget, whether or not that could be slightly pushed out. Again, neither of these things the greatest, but again, in my mind, better than the alternative of, so you may not be of this mind. The reason I'm here is I am just afraid that, quite frankly, that you're going to get a lot of people up talking, you know, and the easiest thing to do is say, oh, we'll just kick this one further down. Don't do that.
Any further questions? Oh, Councillor Carson.
Thanks for coming along, Hayden. Our council at the moment did have an A+ stable. It's been downgraded to A+ negative. And are you aware that if we push out the having a balanced budget, and if we increase our debt levels over the 10-year period, we're likely to get downgraded again?
Yes, I'm fully aware of that.
Which would mean an increased interest cost.
Yep.
As well. So that's the real risk that we will have by not moving, if we don't get to the year 6 and not have a balanced budget, and we increase our borrowing over the 10-year period. Standing for looking at all the councils, they're concerned about A, not having a balanced budget, and B, having high debt levels because it's not guaranteed by government.
Yep, I completely understand that. What I would be saying as a counter to that is that whether or not that additional interest rate on a downgraded, that risk of a downgraded, how that, like that's a, like you've got a pro and con here, right? Like how that would impact against what your proposed rate increases are at the moment, right? I don't have the financial information that you guys have got, but that would be a very interesting discussion for you to have about whether or not, like my understanding is a downgrading, like and I might be wrong about this, my understanding is that the downgrading, that difference in interest rate is not actually that massive.
100%.
Yeah, right. So if you're talking about 0.5% of a downgrading, and then you're weighing that up against what you've got in front of you at the moment, I'm just saying that that is one way of looking at this. Completely aware of everything you've said.
Any other questions? Councillor Wheeler?
Thanks, Hayden, for your submission. Just your thoughts on some of the things that we have at present, like community grants and community development. Any thoughts on that area?
So if you would ask, like, so I'm purposely trying to keep my submission to 1 point, right? Well, basically that point. And in the ideal world, if you were to ask me, oh, if we actually had some extra money, and we're not talking about bringing the rates, like the depreciation funding up forward, right, like up to year 1, which I think it should be. If you're asking me about anything else, the one thing I would suggest is would be reinstating the community grants funding. But again, I didn't want to muddy this with other, like, I recognise you've got to make cuts. So say, if you haven't noticed, I'm relatively singly focused on this point.
I appreciate it. Thank you for your submission. No other questions? Thanks very much, Hayden. Thank you. We now go to submitter number 481, which will be Ashok Jacob. Now again, Ashok, you can either stand or sit whenever you feel comfortable.
Thank you. Kia ora, my name is Ashok Jacob. I'm an organiser for the Public Service Association. I work primarily in local government with pretty much every council across the Wellington region. PSA is New Zealand's largest trade union with over 95,000 members across the public service, health sector, state-owned enterprises, DHBs, or Te Whatu Ora now, and local government. I'm here representing over 1,600 of our members who live in Upper Hutt and are Upper Hutt residents, as well as over 60 members of staff at Upper Hutt City Council who are party to our collective employment agreement, as well as our team of 5 elected workplace representatives from across the organisation. Our written submission, which I assume you've read, focused on the impacts that the proposed LTP will have on ratepayers and the damage that cutting community services will have for residents and the community, especially the most vulnerable among us. The following oral submission will speak to the impact that the proposals will have on union members and other staff at council. I just want to make clear to you all as decision makers the impact that your decisions will have on people, your people. It's something that's top of mind for our union at the moment. The Wellington region is suffering as a result of thousands of job losses, primarily in the public sector, but the wider economy is contracting as well. Local councils across the country are in particularly difficult financial situations for a number of reasons, including price inflation and the cost of insurance. Many of them were already running on fumes. Upper Hutt City Council, from my perspective, is one of those councils. Like the others, it is in this situation, partially because the local government finance settlement doesn't set our councils up for long-term infrastructure investment and quality public services. But Upper Hutt has also suffered from negligence. Decades of councillors have prioritised below inflation rates rises over the well-being of communities. Upper Hutt has consistently had some of the lowest rates in the country, due to decades of, frankly, irresponsible decisions for a council with almost no other options to generate revenue. All of this has led to a situation where rates need to go up a lot in a very short period of time. It's sad that it has come to this, but it's not surprising. Those who have been paying attention, including many of our members of council who are paid to do so, have been saying for years that this is the inevitable result of decisions made at this table. The situation that you're in means the choice between investing in community and continuing to kick the can down the road is starker than ever. The reductions in funding to the 5 service areas identified in the proposed LTP, as well as the resulting organisational realignment, will undoubtedly result in council staff losing their jobs. Those people aren't just numbers on a spreadsheet. They are ratepayers, working people, people with families who have devoted their professional lives to the community. For most people, working in local government doesn't pay very well, compared to the wider public sector, especially, or the private sector. Pay movement in local government lags behind pay for equivalent roles in the wider public sector, and even further behind equivalent roles in the private sector. This is especially the case here. Upper Hutt City Council is the only council in the Wellington region that does not pay a living wage as a base rate. The union members I represent work for Upper Hutt City Council out of a devotion for their communities primarily, and a sense of obligation to the wider public good. In many ways, workers make sacrifices for their communities by working for the council. I'm concerned that these proposals will mean that these workers are being rewarded for their sacrifice with redundancy. Those who remain will inevitably be saddled with increased workload and fewer resources. Instead, I urge you to do right by to your workers and your community. Rates must go up regardless, so you may as well use this opportunity to fully fund public and community services, pay workers fairly, including adopting the living wage as a base rate, and resource them adequately, and make long-term investments into essential infrastructure rather than leaving to future generations to pick up the bill. Our government, our central government, has been clear that it is not interested in bailing out local government, despite the widespread financial crisis that exists in the sector. So these decisions are basically up to you. If you don't make the right ones now, current and future generations will suffer. I fear that future union organisers will be standing here on behalf of the staff here saying the exact same things, bemoaning the decisions made now. That's it. I'm happy to take questions.
Any questions for Ashok? Councillor Bentley, then Councillor Swales.
Thank you, Ashok. Curious to understand how you, because obviously you are here to support staff who are members as well, but then also your other members in the city. Is this on behalf of them as well?
Yeah, so the written submission includes a lot more content that we receive from other members of the city.
Yeah.
A lot of people commute into Wellington from here, so we have a large group of people who work for public service departments and state sector organisations.
Those other members who are in the city who don't work for the council, some of those would have recently lost their jobs in public service accounts.
I presume so. I couldn't name anyone off the top of my head, but I presume that would be the case. Yeah.
Would they then support this submission, knowing that it's then asking for their rates to go up higher if they're potentially now in unemployment?
So our submission,
I'm just understanding how that balances.
yeah, I mean, that's a really difficult question, and that's something that we always have to deal with. We are advocating with Wellington City Council at the moment for rates relief for people who've been recently unemployed. That's not something I put in this submission. And I would note as well that the written submission and the oral submission don't represent blanket everyone's views. So yeah, I mean, that's a really difficult situation.
Councillor Swales.
My question actually follows on from my colleague, Councillor Bentley, with regard to, so when I look at the areas that you want us to actually keep in there and increase, that puts a significant top up on the 19.9% that we're actually at there. So is there a gauge of what the tolerance is of the community that you're representing?
I couldn't give you a number as in what the tolerance is, but I will say that yes, 19.93% is large and is even bigger when you compare it to previous increases that our Perth City Council has imposed. If you put it in dollar terms, the 19.93 represents $13.62 a week, and the savings from the proposed service level cuts, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe amount to $2.42 a week, $2.42. And that's also redistributive as well, because rates are charged based on property values. So I would say that given the significant increase already, the fully funding those 5 service areas is not actually that much more. In percentage terms, it looks like a lot, but in dollar terms, and in terms of what the average person is going to be paying, it's not that much more.
So just to the point, it's just that we had a presentation from the president of LGNZ and the CEO, Susan, on Friday, saying that the average increase up and down the country is 16.5% rates increase.
Yeah. So,
and that's what people are saying is tolerable, right? So for us to put out to our community the 19+%, just under 20, and then to ask for a little bit more, I'm not quite sure whether people can tolerate that, but I appreciate, the submission and work that's gone in.
I mean, if I could respond to that, I definitely don't envy you. And I imagine that you've heard a lot from people from the backlash about the proposed rates increases. I imagine you've heard a lot. There is something to be said about the quite selective nature of the people who submit to council on the long-term proposal. It's well documented that it represents a very small and very homogenous group of people. So I think I would just urge you to consider the fact that you're not hearing from everybody.
So if we were then to take, if we were then to take that the larger amount then of people that haven't submitted, that they're actually in support of what we say?
Well, I mean, you can't make that assumption.
But you've asked me to make the assumption of the opposite to that.
No, I'm asking you to consider the limitations from what you, not asking you to assume anything. I'm asking you to consider the limitations based on the evidence that the submission process is restrictive.
Councillor Carson.
Thank you. Did the PSA submit in the 21-31 long-term plan that the rates increase of up to 6%, which is the finance policy, was to limit it to 6%, was too low?
I don't know.
Why don't you know?
Because I wasn't employed at that
Why
time.
didn't you find out? You came along here and made a suggestion, made an assumption that we were irresponsible to keep rates lower than 6%, but you didn't bother to research whether or not the PSA had submitted to this council in its previous long-term plans that it opposed such a low rate.
I don't
I-
think you can tell you off.
Mate, I'm responsible for 5 of these.
Oh,
I have a lot of work on my plate
Okay,
at the moment.
thank you. Any other questions for Ashok? Thanks very much. Thank you. We now move to submitted number 577, Bernard Clark. Afternoon.
I'll stand if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
I'm Bernard Carter, you probably well know. We have a farm in the Moonshine, been there for 38 years, 121 hectares. I've probably got a more positive view of the Upper Hudson Council, Sons and Meadows. It's the one council that I think has actually kept the area user-friendly. It's blessed with the fact that it's got a railway line that runs right up the side of the CBD. It's got good roading in and out of it, and it's also got a river and a lot of open space. So in my view, it's got a lot going for it. The council, to my way of thinking, has stayed within reasonable sensibilities over the years, that we have got an environment here that is easy to live. We could live anywhere, quite frankly, in my own way. And we've lived in different parts of New Zealand. We've recently just gone through an exercise whether we should go back to the South Island or stay here. And we came down to the fact that we think we will stay here because, one, it's well serviced with the medical centres, dentists and what have you, and a good civic centre and a good library services. And I think those issues are quite important. So I tend to look at this as much more on a broad, wider span rather than getting into detail, but I don't believe the council should be involved in grants and funding and all that sort of stuff for community organisations. I believe it should do the basic structural stuff and keep it maintained and do a good job on managing contracts. The gaming that's going on in some of these contracts around the wider local body area is quite significant. We've just recently had a job. I got a contract, looked at a contract for at home, $5,000 with the help of neighbours and one professional, $1,000. We did the job. And I think we need to get, there's a few things. Project management's critical. And the scoping of projects before we actually go into them. There's no good talking about whether we should be in or out of them now. I think we need to go through all that before. I don't support having endless discussions about sustainability. The time to think about that is when you're actually doing something before you start. And I think the services, we need to be careful that we keep the services going that are important, that work very well. Things like the recycling centre around the Maidstone Park there, all those sorts of small things. I don't think community services should be serviced. I'm a member of the Moonshine Residents Association. We're currently funding cameras to try and prevent not only the fear of vagabonds and so forth getting into the valley, it's the issue of illicit dumping rubbish in the area. It was a major concern to the people. But we're prepared to put up our money to do that. We don't see that. That's our issue. We need to sort it out. And I think the council should not get involved in using ratepayers' funds to do things that are pertinent to certain sectors of the ratepayers, because they should make that decision themselves, in my view. So that's really where I come from. So it's leaving people to make their own decisions effectively, but the council making sure there's an infrastructure that stands up
it's well funded and is sustainable.
Thank you, good. I was pleased to see that you're wanting to stay here.
Yeah, as I say, I'm quite positive about what the council's trying to do. It's a difficult time to do this. And some of this inflation is just greed, quite frankly. And that's why I think contracts and some of these suppliers need to be really scrutinised. And I would audit all these things before I change them. And I wouldn't just do it with the accountants. You really need to get somebody. I used to do a lot of auditing in business I was in myself because I understood the actual nitty gritty of what made things work, not just the financial outcomes. Anyway,
Any other questions for Sonia?
so I'm basically a positive member of the
Thank you,
community.
Councillor Ultra, and then Councillor Bentley.
Thank you. Question 44, you commented that you were concerned about the small amount of headroom between debt and the debt ceiling. Do you want to tell us?
Well, I think it's
what
quite a long way. No, I'm not. I mean, I think this is for people who've got access to all the numbers. But as a general rule, I think it's a way out too. I think, you know, there's a lot going to happen between here and now in 10 years. And I think that things got to be quite flexible. But there's got to be enough headroom because there's going to be ups and downs in this. And the funding, I mentioned in there that I can't, in the States, I looked at some of the stuff in the States years ago, they used bonds quite a bit to fund some projects. Now, we've had crook lawyers in this area, took $30 million out of Upper Hutt, basically. And I asked myself, why some of these projects, there's not been bonds issued for people who are interested enough to put money into them. And so, but I think that doesn't fit very well with the current funding system. So.
Councillor Bentley.
Thank you, Your Worship. Bernard, thank you for submitting. In your submission, you stated that you don't think council should give rates remission to businesses.
No.
So you think we should discontinue that going forward?
Yeah, I do. I think that if it is, it may be. I don't believe there'd be submission reductions. I think businesses either stand or they don't. I mean, I don't think it's council's business to prop up businesses. Businesses have got to do their own business, basically. And we're bereft of good management in New Zealand. A lot of this stuff is poor management. We can look at the water services. I mean, what else is there other than poor management is creating all these problems? We're in a country that is water rich. In an international basis, we're rich with water. And I worked here in the 70s, and I can't not remember us having algae in the river, to be honest. It's come about because we're taking so much out in the summer, and the water's heating up. That's the way I'm reading it. Anyway. But anyway, I think businesses and individuals should stand much on their own feet. It's not the government's job or local government's job to prop everybody up. They should be propping themselves up as much as they can. The council should be providing the platform so it's a good place to live. And I think Upper Hutt is a good place to live. It's an easy place to live. It hasn't gone down the crazy idea that, you know, going to keep cars out of everywhere and all this sort of stuff. That sort of social arrangements will change with time. I don't think, you know, I look at Wellington, it's a terrible place to go to. It used to be vibrant. And John Key was right, it's a dying city. Anyway, that's my view.
Yeah, Councillor Holness.
Thank you for coming to talk. You mentioned at the end that you thought that groups of people should pay more for the things that they were looking at doing. So can I understand that you're maybe supportive of increasing fees and charges for certain activities?
Yeah, I am.
Were there any particular activities that you thought would fall into that category where we could look at increasing fees and charges?
No, but no, there isn't. I just think if there are fees and they need to be fairly charged, and I think people want services, they should pay for them. That's about the way I see some of that. I look at the civic centre. When there are events there, if you want to go, one pays, and I think that's where, you know, these things should be made. The money should be made, but it's on that. I don't think the council should be basically touting for cheap uses of venues. I think it is what it is, and if the event should then charge the people who want to go there, because they go there of their own volition and own free will. And I just don't see that councils and governments need to get involved in people making personal decisions of what they're interested in.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ben. Appreciate it. Thank you. Now go to submitter number 354, which is Anthony Sammons. Well, you come up. Yeah, come up here. Yeah, absolutely. And Anthony can stand or sit.
I can stand at the head. Thank you.
That's all right. You can come around here straight on if you like.
Thank
Straight
you.
up. Oh,
Yeah, good, thank you. Kia ora koutou, kia ora, your worship, and kia ora koutou to the rest of the council. Thank you for having me today. I'm here to submit around the rural perspective. I know that there's been a lot of debate around the rates affordability, but my focus is on the rural perspective today. So first of all, I'd like to talk about the district plan or speak to that. The council has had discussions and made various improvements of categories in the rural space, so productive and some other categories. So I'd like to, then the purpose of that is to protect rural production and to keep the character, for instance, and rural lifestyles and so on and so forth. So that's the goal of the district plan. And my strong belief is that the rates need to reflect that as well. So long-term planning talks about growing of the city and promoting growth in all kinds of place, which means development, subdivision, building, that's fine, and I support that. But in terms of a rural setting, that's different. You would have seen in the district plan there are different goals. You can't have more development in a rural setting. So much subdivision is more restricted in that rural space. So to give you a bit of background, I'm from Akatarawa Road myself. That's where I live, and my family are there. I have a rural property. It's around 20 hectares. 10 hectares. Yep. And I'm not classified as a rural in the rural category. I'm classified as a standard without water rates. So, and I can see my rates going up, as with everyone else around me. In terms of the long-term predicament, though, the land value and the house values keep rising. That's a concern in terms of the valuation and affordability of the land. The land value, the land is obviously really valuable. It will keep on increasing, and we can't afford, or how can we can't control that. We can't manage that. And the only way to do that is by subdivision. So, and that reduces, that will reduce our land value. But the district plan calls for less subdivision, less development on Akatarawa Road and in the rural space, because the road can't carry the burden of people, more people coming into that area. And there needs to be a maintenance of that rural character, which is also in the district plan. So my recommendation to the council is that there's a review of the categorisation. At the moment, the rural category or criteria says that anything that's above 30 hectares can fit into the rural category. I'm asking for a consideration of that 30 hectares or over aspect to be removed. A second so that means that all properties that are general rural or rural productive can be part of that rural rating group, meaning that the council can target rural areas where you don't want development to happen. Because when rates go up, obviously. If rates are stable, that means that you'll have more long-term residents. And if the rates go up, people can't afford it, there's selling subdivision or wanting subdivision and people wanting to do a lot of development to afford it. So in terms of very long-term, 10 years or 20 years, I'm wanting the council to consider how you can calculate the value of the land. The land, we can't control the value of as occupiers, if everyone's wanting to, because of demand. The house we can control the value of. If I add a 5-bedroom place to my property, I pay more rates. That's my problem because I've got control over that. But when the land goes up in value, I don't have control over that. And I don't want to see environmental damage on top of that through subdivision and otherwise, because I want to decrease the value of my land. So I want the environment to be looked after out there. I want it to be maintained in terms of its rural character. So that's my submission.
Thank you. Now, any questions? Councillor Ultra.
Thank you. I just wondered, so the rural differential, is that what you're asking us not to increase?
That's right. So I understand the value of rates having to go up. That's what the experience is nationwide. You've got to look after, Upper Hutt's responsibility is to look after the place. But at the moment, I'm not under that 75% general rating. I have to pay 100% of the rates like everybody else, as well because of the high value discount, the high value residential. They also get a discount of 10%, which means that the rural area will be heavily impacted. So my perspective is that if we have come into the rating category, rural rating, in long term, the goal is let me the interpreter just check. The goal is to keep the rural character and not encourage development in that space.
Councillor Bentley.
Thank you for submitting. So then to clarify that further, you want to see better alignment between the rating differentials that we rate with to the district plan zones. You want to see that better aligned.
Yes, exactly.
Any other questions?
No, it's covered it.
Thank you, Anthony. Thank you very much, and thank you.
Thank you. Thanks everyone for having me.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks very much. That was we now have a gap for our next submitter, which is Bob McLellan, which is later. So we've got what's the time? Probably got 30 minutes, half an hour. And we'll adjourn and then come back. 595 is Bob McLellan. Bob. Now, Bob, you can either stand there or sit at the seat, whatever you.
Fine, thanks. So everybody,
You'll get the bell will go up 4 minutes and twice at 5, all right? And
okay, just throw me out when I'm done. Few familiar faces. Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Those that I've known before. I was browsing the long-term plan document just to try and keep in touch, and I thought, well, it just doesn't look right. It looks like we're trying to finance a lot of capital works out of income. There's nothing fundamentally wrong with that, except that the scale is off the, well, it's off the scale. We should be, especially something like pipes and those sort of things should be fine. Yep, they're a long-term project, written off over generations, and we're trying to do it out of today's income. Not a very good move. And a whole lot of things swirling around that. You know, you've got debt ceiling and ratings agencies, right? Policies, etc., right? But the fundamental one is, can a council go bankrupt? And the answer to that is no, because it can always put the rates up. And so there should not be a constraint on using debt to fund long-term infrastructure. Okay? Those constraints are out of a bygone age, and quite frankly, I think they've had their day. Now, if we look at some of the council documentations and they talk about the priorities, key priority at the top of it is leadership. And part of leadership is advocacy. So who are they advocating for? Community. Right? And 2, well, whoever needs talking to. But I don't see any real table thumping going on to do with the situation we've got at the moment. We see in Auckland, there's a little bit of a sleight of hand, problem solved, right? Debt shifted somewhere else. Similar to what was proposed back in the previous government. Well, we may or may not be able to do that, but we need to be advocating for it. Now, I just want to do 2, you know, I have air guitars, so we'll have a couple of air graphs, if you like. First one is the percentage increase in rates. And if you recall, it's up at 20, 20, 20, right? 3 years, drops, ticks along. Everybody thinks, oh, okay, after 3 years, it'll be okay. Now you have a look at the dollar graph, right? And 1 year up, next year up, the next year up, and then trickling up after that, right? The key point of this is that those raises never go away. They're there forever, well, at least for 10 years, right? So all of a sudden, we've got this big leap. Now, a little bit of a calculation will tell you that that leap is averaging around about $38 million a year, spread across the 10 years. And most people here will remember 30 years back, a couple of gentlemen mislaid a bunch of money, about $30 million around Upper Hutt. And they can remember the effect that had, right? The CBD died. Right? I don't know if Upper Hutt really ever recovered. Right? It's with a big hit. Well, now we're going to have a Renshaw Edwards every year. Money out of people's pockets going somewhere else. Sure, they get pipes for it, but the money's not there. So what are they going to do? They're going to stop spending. But they've already stopped spending because of the inflation and so on. So it's just going to go from bad to worse. So my message really is that we should not fund the bulk of this out of income. We should fund it out of debt. And the council should be jumping up and down and doing everything it possibly can to get that to happen despite all the barriers. And that's me, folks.
Okay, thank you. Bob, any questions? Councillor Newell and then Councillor
Now, I'm down to one hearing aid, so.
So you've talked about us funding out of debt, and other people are coming to us and saying that they think that we should have depreciated earlier than we have done. So you're thinking debt is still the way to go rather than depreciating?
Yeah, I think that this is a unique thing and we need to work with what we know. Right? And depreciation, yeah, it's another, accounting technique. We see it in business all the time. But I think at the moment, we need to be clear, this is the way we're going to do it, right? So that we can tell the story straight up to anybody who's listening. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Alton.
Thank you, people.
I've
Hang on, Bob.
got one
Sorry.
question, yeah. The first 3 years of those bigger increases, do you think they should stay as they are, or do you think we should smooth those out over the 10 years?
Well, as I said, I think that should, the cost should not be in the revenue line. Right, it should be in the debt line. Right, so spreading it is just something I don't think we should do at all because it shouldn't be there.
Councillor,
Thank you.
Councillor Wheeler.
Sorry, Bob.
I'm sorry.
You're in demand.
I'm not keen to get away.
No, mine was just a passing comment, Bob. You mentioned about the Auckland water situation. Just to let you know, those conversations are being had in Wellington as well. We're just slowly starting off, but we'll get there.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't quite catch the
About
question.
the Auckland water deal, you mentioned that. There's a similar conversation happening in Wellington as well.
In Wellington region?
Yeah.
Region. Yeah, right, to create a similar body.
Yeah.
Councillor Wheeler.
So would that shift the rate situation then?
Well, it's early days.
Very early days.
Early days.
Early days.
Yes,
Yeah. Well, yeah, my comment to that would be we need to be on our front foot.
Question, Bob. Thanks for coming along. In the early part of your submission, you haven't mentioned a couple of things, but your thoughts on community development and community grants. What do you think?
Community grants?
And community development, are they something?
Well, I think they've been crowded out by the fact that we've got so much money involved in pipes. And in the normal scheme of things, I would expect that they would have stayed there. Maybe it will reduce, I don't know. That's right. We'd have to look at it year by year, but
You don't think
and I mean, everybody is going to be disappointed with missing out on some of the community grants, and the community will miss the benefit of that. There's no question about that. But again, I think they've been crowded out a little. So maybe that's part of what we keep in our mind that we're trying to retrieve for the community.
Thank you.
Now, I won't back away until.
All done, Bob. Thank you.
Sit down now, Bob.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Bob.
Our next submitter is submission number 597, Chris Kelly. Not here.
Hang on,
Might there's someone else walking.
yeah. I think it is.
Chris?
Yes.
Yep.
Well,
Good timing.
Thank you. I was told to be here early, but obviously you're ahead of yourselves.
but now you get your breath. Chris, how you can either stand or sit by whatever you want.
I'm used to standing. That's fine. Thanks. I'll just take the jacket off.
Sure. So that's submission number 597.
Okay. Thank you for hearing me today. I'm here because in the community, I hear quite a lot of anger about the rates rise. And I'm not wanting to repeat all of that. You've probably no doubt heard it plenty already, but I understand what people are saying and why they're saying it. I just want to think about, well, where does the city go from here? We've got here, rightly or wrongly. My concern is to move forward so that the things that have happened don't happen again. We don't get to the sort of cliff again. And I have some thoughts about that. But I want to start where I see it. The problem is why people are angry is unfair to a lot of people who bought homes in Upper Hutt thinking, well, I can afford to live here. This is the rates, this is my insurance, this is my mortgage, I can afford all of that, I can live with it. And they believed when they were told, we won't put the rates up very much, we'll keep the rates down, don't worry. And people believed that and they've budgeted on that. And that's why there's a big problem. It was really a bit unfair to people to do that. And it would have been more honest for the council. I don't mean you're dishonest, I'm not suggesting that, but it would be more transparent for the council to have said, look, we'll put the rates up a fair bit each year and we'll keep going. If you did that, then A, people would know what to expect, that rates can't stay low, and B, you wouldn't have had to borrow as much as has borrowed, and then this problem wouldn't be as unaffordable as it is right now, and the big sudden rates rise wouldn't have been necessary. It's always easy to be wise with the benefit of hindsight, but I've seen other organisations where they've learned if you do things steadily, you don't have a sudden big step that frightens people. And I think that's actually what's been a big problem for a lot of people. The other thing is that in order to keep those rates from going up, this council has borrowed a lot. And I understand you've reached the maximum, basically, just about that you can borrow. And that's unfortunate because really borrowing should be there as a rainy day thing when things get really problematic, not just funding business as usual activities. But so I think it's people have been misled and they've misunderstood where they stand, and that's why you've got a lot of anger. And that needs to be avoided from now. I think the other problem is I don't hear a lot of explanation coming from the council. This certainly doesn't really explain some of the problems that I understand we've got as a city. That we don't have a lot of reserves, which is not good, really. Depreciation reserves are a normal financial tool that any organisation should have, and we haven't got, I understand, a lot of reserves, so we can't fall back on those. That's unfortunate. And secondly, we've got a lot of borrowing and the interest rate's gone up very steeply, which was to be, unfortunately, to be expected sooner or later. Those rates were going to go up with a while. So it seems to me the council's now faced with some big things it's got to pay for and not enough money. And I don't see where you can save an awful lot in water, say. It's really out of the council's hands, as far as I understand it. You can't do much about the interest bill. You've got to pay it, or the council will get downgraded by Standard & Poor's and pay an even bigger interest rate. There's roading is the next biggest item, I think. You might be able to cut back a bit on roading. I don't know. But I look at some of the proposed cuts in this booklet and yeah, okay, you're trying to find places to save money, but frankly, most of it's peanuts, isn't it? It's 1% of the rates here, or 3%. It's small amounts that you've managed to cut. To me, borrowing is a millstone around our neck of this generation and future generation. I want my children and my granddaughter who are growing up in Upper Hutt not to be faced when they become ratepayers with this borrowing still around our necks. We need to look at it. And we'll get nowhere unless we plan to reduce that debt steadily. That means that we would pay down and then we've got the ability to borrow in the case of a real emergency. So I think what the plan must be is to reduce debt over the next few years and to think what big capital items can be cut back. Page 36 of the booklet, we've got some big items there. I do question whether some of those could be put off. The city centre paving revitalisation, is it really urgent? Could just be put off until we've paid down debt. The civic centre, the community hub, Ferguson Wapatiki intersection, they're all big items that I think could be put off. They're not urgent. Don't get me wrong, there's some good things in this plan. I do like the fact that you're planning to increase rates on vacant land, on forestry, on the prison. Great idea. Should have been done ages ago. But I do think we can't go back to what we've done before. We've got to think prudently, pay down debt, reschedule our long-term plans until we can do that.
Thanks, Chris. Questions, Councillor Carson.
Yeah, thanks very much for that. So if the objective is to pay down debt, then do you support depreciation funding through rates, which we haven't done on the
Yes, of course. I think that I'm not an accountant, you are, but my understanding that is a normal financial planning tool that any organisation should be looking at.
Because that's a large percentage of the increase in the first 3
Yeah,
years.
and I'm not saying you shouldn't increase the rates. I know you've got to. I think you've probably reached a point where you've got no choice. That's regrettable, and it could have been managed better, but let's not go back there. Just we've got to learn from the past and move forward and do these things properly in future.
I got one more question. You mentioned about that our rate should have been higher in the past, but you can only set rates according to the year's budgeted expenditure. So it's not possible to increase rates where you don't have reason to increase rates. So that's a thing that.
But when the borrowing was undertaken, it would have been possible to borrow less and fund some of that from rates. And that would have left you a bit of headroom on your borrowing when you hit a wall.
Maybe it depends if the money was there.
Well, I'm not saying, I'm saying let's learn from this, and that's what we should be planning to do in the future, not repeat that problem.
Any other questions for Chris? Councillor Swales?
Thank you for coming along. So with regard to the 3 years where we really spiked it at almost 20%, let's just round it up for easy conversation. So is your suggestion is we're almost at our head level, 250 to 280. So then would the better option from your perspective and what you're hearing is that we push it out and smooth it over the 10 years and as council be hard enough to, when we review this in 3 years' time, to actually hold the line?
Yes. So I'm not saying that I hope you don't have to keep putting the rates up by the same percentage for each of those years. I hope that there can be a few savings in here. But yeah, I think a priority must be to get the city back into the point where it's not indebted for the future.
So it's our capital works projects that you want us to really look at.
It seems to be where else can you look? Yeah, I can't see anything else myself.
There isn't.
Unless we turn off the taps for the water or just don't ever fix the roads at all. No, exactly. So what else can you do? Yeah.
Councillor Wheeler?
Thank you. You mentioned in your talk there some of the items that council were cutting back on, peanuts.
Well, I don't want to be rude about it. That's probably a bit unfair. But they are quite small percentages of the total rating bill.
But just I'm quite curious. So things like community development and community grants, which we've had for quite a while in our community. If it was possible, would you like to see that still in?
I think it probably has to be cut back. We just got to, I mean, the city's got to cut its the expenditure to what it can manage. I think every one of those items needs to be looked at very, very carefully and kept. I'm not saying cut them out completely, but I am saying reduce them quite heavily. And there are a few community grants which I think, the community events was one, and I mentioned in my submissions, look, there are a few events like the Santa Parade that everyone loves, and I wouldn't touch that. But I'm sure there's a lot of other events that most of us don't really take much interest in. We could just cut down the expenditure.
Because some of the answers here are like yes or no answers.
Yes.
Black and white. And when you tease it out of the submittals, you find out they actually do want it, but not at the expense of anything else. So if it's only a small amount, then yeah.
But I mean, every cent counts at the moment, I suspect. Yes. Because every cent is a movement in the rates that people can't afford.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Thank you very much. Thank you, Colin. Our next minute now, we've got Paul Baker. That's submission number 413. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I have a PowerPoint presentation with me, which I believe I see in front of each of you, and it covers my submission basically and ties into the one that went in on the internet on the 1st of May. So this is really about my family and I, who've lived in Upper Hutt for many years. We left in 1995, but we've been ratepayers in the city since 1984, and some of my wife's forebearers ratepayers from over.
Just one moment, please. Are we going to see? Yeah, the PowerPoint's coming up, so please use it.
All right.
We can see it there.
Yeah, so we'll hit restart.
That might be a bit hard for some to see, I think, at the range they've got. But, okay, we'll roll with it. I'm mindful that I got 5 minutes. So my family and wife's family have been ratepayers in this district for 140 years plus. So I would like to think we have an interest in it, but the thrust of my submission overall is that the user should pay, and there are no cross subsidies on activities by Upper Hutt City Council. Upper Hutt City Council needs to stick to core local government activities such as water, stormwater, sewage, all those kind of things, roads in particular. The rest of it is peripheral. I've been in positions where I've had to work in jobs where we've been required to cut 25% of our budgets. And if we didn't cut those 25%, I knew that I was going to be cut. So the thrust of it is there's a time to be ruthless, and I think that time is upon you. Okay, so the second part of what I want to just talk about is Upper Hutt City Council revised differential allocations. This is slide 2. Now, unlike some of the previous speakers, I do object to the commercial forestry rate. 19.9%, 19.88%, and then a 500 factor loading on that of 5 times, I think, is excessive. I think that it's a penalty for that land use. It discourages that land use, and the land use effectively ends up mostly on class 7 and 8 lands. That's the most erodible lands in the district. And if you don't do something to try and retain that land on the hillside, you'll have floods. I've just driven down from Hawke's Bay this afternoon. A lot of muddy rivers in the east coast at the moment. A lot of muddy rivers in the Manawatu. The Hutt River's running clean. Okay, there are some parts in Hawke's Bay at the moment. We have absolutely dry riverbeds as well, despite of the rain. So there are broader issues to be looked at here than simply a 500 factor, which I think is unfair. A major point which I would make is that forest owners have been paying rates in this city for years from day one of establishment. And we might look at 35, 34 years before we harvest anything. So we've put in 34 years worth of rates, 1 year of harvesting. We've sunk a lot of money into roads and other projects, and it's only 1 year that we're using the roading network, and then we're being penalised dramatically, I think, because of it. Now, I think that Upper Hutt City Council has a major headache looming, and for the points listed on slide 2, PB 13. I'm mindful of time, so I'll go very fast. I'd like to know why commercial forestry is being targeted and other land uses are not, when they're also using the roads. I think the 500 rate is calculated. Was it done by quantitative data? Was it done arbitrarily? Or where are the workings to justify such an increase? I see it as unfair in commercial forestry's case. I can see that Wairau, Gisborne, Hawke's Bay generally have less stable soils, that is siltstones and mudstones, and they need forestry up there. Upper Hutt has shattered greywacke and more substantial soils that are solid and better able to cater to forestation works. So I just can't reconcile the fairness of this. Slide number 3 covers things that forestry have done in the district which are favourable, I feel. The first one is a paper road at the point P off Bulls Run Road, which goes off Bulls Run and towards Puketiro Forest. We constructed a bridge there, my previous employers and myself. It's at point B, and it bypasses the paper road entirely. So let's say that there are instances where commercial forest growers have worked in with Upper Hutt City and done so effectively. The second slide on the right covers the old road known as Three Skulls Road up behind Cannon Point. A new road was constructed where the C's are. Danielle Holland did that after we'd marked the road out. And we bypassed the public roads entirely because they were of unsuitable grade. A couple other points I'd like to make too. The regional council at one stage had a forestation program of 5,000 hectares. It was hoped that the private forest growers would also have 5,000 hectares amongst growers like there's 3 of us in this room. And we've eventually got that. And now, having established and put money into these things for 30 years, we're told, no, we're going to surcharge you 5 times on your rates. So I'd like to draw your attention to a couple of other things. This is Akatower Road. I have a property up there. You'll see on slide 5 that it was used for construction of some bridges on Upper Hutt City Council's behalf. The spoils ended up in the front paddock. The beams were constructed on that site because they were too long to come up Akatower Road, so they needed a staging area to do it. They used our property at no charge. There was no money. We didn't charge anything for that. We did it out of good faith because we recognised it was a benefit to the community. And Brian Perry Civil was going to reinstate the paddock. They never did, to this extent that it came back before. It's now infested with gorse. You can see what it looked like under slide 6 when they distributed the spoils across the road. Slide 7 covers another major point too, in that some of the private land owned by exotic forest owners actually goes across Akatower Road, and the public is driving on our private property. So that's quite a biggie. We're not saying we're going to take it back. I'm out of time now, aren't I?
No, keep going, keep going.
Yeah, thank you. So we're not going to take that land back, but we're recognising there's a quid pro quo here. We have helped the city out in a number of ways with access and continuing access across our land, and then the council is proposing to take a surcharge off us when we've been paying into the fund for 34 years. I just don't see that as fair. We also removed rubbish on the side of the road. I drove down Akatower Road this morning. The lay-bys at the top of the hill are littered with junk and debris. On my land, people dumped car tyres, old refrigerators, old television sets, which I took to the tip at my own expense, and the car tyres were recycled in Hawke's Bay because that's where I drove back to. So we're picking up other charges which we could rightfully sheet home because they're on road reserve and at your expense. And we're covering your expenses in other ways. Last slide covers page 8. This is Akatower Road. You can see the drays going up and down the road from 1910, 1908, and they're occupying the full width of the road. Commercial forestry, with what you're proposing, will rapidly decline. I can't see anyone having any sense in planting trees simply because it doesn't make a profit. If I use the figures which I've supplied to some of you on the spreadsheet, which Councillor Carson's looking at the moment, that's the rates advanced 35 years forward. And if we enter them into an IRR calculation, only looking at the costs of rates plus costs of land and the revenue that comes out makes 0.4%. So you're breaking us. If we add in the regional council's rate, plus the cost of establishment, plus the cost of roading, plus the cost of bridges, you're breaking us. It's just not reasonable. This is going to have a number of backfire, perverse outcomes. I've described them. Some of them is that if we don't have any exotic forests to burn for firewood, we'll start going into the native forests and burn them. Okay. Native timber would substitute for exotic forest for construction purposes as well. And commercial forest owners are likely to sell up or subdivide their properties so that they're actually not making a loss, because what you're proposing grinds us down. If the nature of the land use changes with time, say, for example, an emissions trading scheme comes in and we decide to leave the forests on the hillside, we could say it's not a commercial forest at all. We're never proposing to harvest it. We're going to leave it there for carbon credits. Or you could have a windstorm that came along. Cyclone Giselle did that in 1968 in the Wahine storm and blew out a lot of the trees in Pinehaven. Some of the old folk here might remember it, snapped them. And this was the Goodwins who lost out on that. Excuse me. And so what I'm saying is that storm damage can affect your commercial crop. Biological factors such as fungi and insects can attack it, and you can have fire through it. All these things change a commercial crop into a non-commercial one and waste that investment. So I suggest you're making a rod for your own backs with some of this and declaring commercial forests the only ones that are going to be subject to this 500 degrees surcharge. because it'll make things complicated. In the case of a property like mine, I've got 29 hectares of exotic forest and 55 hectares of native. So you're going to have a split, and you'll have to do this with other property owners as well. So that 55 hectares is paid at one rate, 29 hectares is paid at the 500-degree rate. So straight away, you've got some maths to do. And if the exotic forest has wind damage or what have you, parts of it become unsaleable, no longer commercial, and sits there on the hillside. So I just can't see that this is going to be simple for you in terms of what constitutes commercial forestry. And what I also see as a piece of advice is that this proposal with the five-fold increase actually damages the council's reputation. It damages it because potential investors will look elsewhere to invest their money where they're not hindered in the same way. There are a couple of other councils that are thinking like you. Warra District Council is one of them. But a number of others just have no impediments at all, like you're proposing. Forest owners don't want to work on public roads. I used to work for the Wellington Regional Council, and no one wanted logging trucks going through Totara Park. No one wanted them in Whiteman's Valley. So we tried deliberately to avoid them and access the state highway at the top of the Kaitoki Hill and also at the top of the Rimatakas, so that we were bypassing suburban streets as much as possible. So it's not our intention to despoil your citizens' opportunities. We're just trying to work in with you. So I'd like to acknowledge Councillor Swales too for being helpful. I publicly say that. She's given us some guidance and been very useful in walking through this process. I'm open to as many questions as you want, but Paul.
Sorry, Paul. Councillor Carson.
Thanks, Paul, for your illuminating presentation. Would you agree that commercial forestry is a business?
Yes.
So why should you therefore not pay a commercial rate? I'm not saying 5, but perhaps a rate higher than 1, or less for being a rural property?
I think that it's a good question. It's a fair question. If I believe that the user should pay, so that for the 35 years we're not doing anything with the roads, we charge a normal rate or charge for the services we use. At such times as we're using those roads, a toll road seems to be appropriate, or a road user charge system seems to be appropriate. I've got no objection to that. We try and work around those facilities now, but I put it to you that in order to be fair with this, other trucks that are going up and down those roads should be paying the same rates for the same weight. Okay? No point in being uneven with this. Your comment?
Yeah. Any further questions for Paul?
So, thank you, Paul, and I hope that you're able to get home quite safely tonight back to Napier and that the roads are running for you. But with regard to the other councils, you said that Wairoa was looking at something like implementing something like this, and referring to what my councillor colleague has said with regard to looking at it as being a business. Where would they be looking at striking this rate? And where would the forestry owners be comfortable with the rate? Because I do take it on board. The trees take 35 years to grow, 34 years you're not using it. And I'm probably quite supportive of you coming back saying road user charge would probably be quite appropriate here.
Okay, so there are similar hearings to this going on in Warra, Gisborne at the moment. And all I can pick up from what I'm hearing is objections. Some of these companies that were in the Gisborne area in particular performed badly in terms of the forest management during recent storms. There was terrific debris going down the rivers and terrific debris ending up in the beaches, and the roads were getting hammered hard because the base materials available for road construction in Gisborne are poor. We've got good base metals here. So our roading problems are different to Gisborne's just because of the nature of the topography and the parent materials we've got to work with. So all I can detect at the moment in Gisborne is drama and controversy. I haven't got a final outcome, and I don't suspect one will come immediately. But this area I think is simpler because I think road user charges or charges in relation to a toll on the road would be simpler at this stage. And I hear what you've got to on debt. I've also have to say that, so we've got some time, I came through the cyclone Gabrielle issues. We were flooded in the Esk Valley, and I suspected that people would be wanting to ask me questions on that too.
Any other questions? No, thank you, Paul.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yes.
Sorry.
Online, yeah.
Right.
Sorry, just
Councillor
thank you,
Kerr
Paul.
is online.
Thank you, Paul. Look, I just think it's worthwhile clarifying as one thing when we talk about core services as well. The Local Government Act specifically calls out the community, environmental and wellbeing aspects as those statutory functions that we do need to invest and support too. So.
Okay, any further questions?
I'd like to respond to that, Mr. Mayor. Let's say that, for example, that if you were living in Havelock North a number of years ago and you had the option of water with pathogens in it so that 5,000 get diarrhea and 3 people die versus having nice parks, which would you have? Clean water supply or nice parks and sick people? Those are pretty simple kind of odds. With Cyclone Gabrielle, there was a lack of water supply right throughout the Hawke's Bay. We just didn't have it. The supplies were cut off. The pump stations were inundated. They couldn't find the bores for mud. Now, we were on our own. We put it to the councils that if we didn't get support with clean water, we were going to saturate the health system because we'd have so many people that weren't able to practice basic hygiene. So we've seen these things first up. We're able to prioritise things a little bit clearer, having faced some hardships.
Thank you, Paul. I'm well aware of that through my experience with the water regulator, working for them and for health, but appreciate your input.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Paul. Thank you, and a safe trip back to the bay.
Thank you.
Ramakrishna Bandalu. John O'Malley's here. Yeah, he's. Afternoon, John. Are you ready? Oh, am I on, am I? Yeah,
No.
Yeah, you can either sit or stand.
Oh, I think I'll try and stand and say hello to my councillors this time. I'm parked around the corner here. I couldn't look at them and hard to hear them. I'll just crank up the additional ears.
636.
Here I go.
All right. 636. 636, page 54.
You councillors don't need to write copious notes, note of the key points, because what I'm about to tell you today, and my second submission is all in here in print for you. You can have a copy of it, all right? No trouble at all for you. Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me back again here. And going to my second submission. This submission deals solely with the Guildford Timber Company. Yes. Yes. Oh, okay.
You're going to do it at the end.
I was going to give it at the end.
I like to read it as John's speaking.
Oh, fine, by all means. Might toss in the occasional bit of wit now and again, you never know. Might be in writing. Well, it's good enough for you, I think. The facts are there, that's all that matters. You know, what happened now? So I've got to change opticals here for a minute. All right, everybody happy, ready to go? Kick off, is it? Let's go. All right, this submission deals solely with the Guildford Timber Company to have their southern growth area with a sole roading connection to Kiln Street, Silverstream included in the LTCP. Over the years, proposal for housing on the spur in the SGA ranging from 400 to 1,000 homes, generating 700 to 1,800 vehicles daily on Kiln Street, Field Street and the centre roundabout intersection. Councillor Dave Wheeler and former councillor Mr John Gwilym in 2017 raised with GTC the issue of traffic flow, traffic safety and traffic volume on Kiln Street, Field Street and their intersection where the fire station is, and the Silverstream communities of school, medical centre and shopping complex. The council has pointed out that streets are old Hutt County roads, not designed for modern traffic. They told GTC they needed to provide solutions for the substantial increase in traffic before resource consent was applied for. And today, no such solution has been lodged, and the issue remains unresolved. Today, at morning and evening peak times, on these streets, sometimes gridlock occurs. Council's function is to care and promote the social and economic well-being of communities in the present and the future. And that's a core reason for existing. Okay, guys? In their latest submission, Guildford Timber Company indicated some 1,600 to 2,000 houses to be developed on the southern growth area. This will generate some 3,000 to 4,000 additional vehicles per day, 2 cars per household, on Kiln Street, the intersection with a flow into the Silverstream village. And of course, there's some that goes up onto Ferguson Drive, which now has gridlock or no shortage of it at peak times. One does not need to be a traffic engineer to know that the congestion generated would at times effectively bring access to the 3 Silverstream communities I mentioned. You'd bring it to a standstill. The consequence of this is to badly obstruct the amenities and the services they deliver. Furthermore, emergency services, police, ambulance and fire on a sole road in and out of Kiln Street will be severely hampered from the resulting congestion. To generate this dysfunctionality and breach of sections 3, 10 and 14 of the Local Government Act 2002. Remember, you are to promote the well-being of communities, not generate a situation that renders them severely dysfunctional. Recently, you hired expensive resource management commissioners to review development of the entire Southern Growth Area spur. Before making any decision, including this matter in the LTCP, at least give yourselves the opportunity for them to inform you in detail on the impact on the community before you approve or reject the SGA inclusion in the LTCP. For with knowledge comes wisdom. Okay, the more wisdom and knowledge you've got from competent people, the better. Council's decision, as per the memorandum of the Town Clerk, 2nd of May 2024, to Ministers Bishop, Jones and Seymour to support the SGA development under the Fast Track Bill, not yet enacted, prohibits the public from having their voice heard by way of submission on developments of this nature. It is anti-democratic. As things stand, Silverstream Heratonga resident councillors Helen Swales, Tracy Otra, Matt Carey, Emma Holderness and Dave Wheeler are given away their right to make representation on developments that impact the suburb where they live. Can't understand why you've gone and done that. I'd never give a right away on anything. Heavens above, rights are precious and you never sell them. Do you realise, or do these people realise, that they are in fact supporting Guildford and the proposed expert committee in the bill to do what they like, when they like, how they like, irrespective of any views you may have? In other words, you've handed them a free ticket to everything. Surprised at that. Should you wish to reconsider your early support of representation to fast-track the STJ as inappropriate, you can write to the Ministers Seymour, Bishop and Jones with a copy to the Prime Minister at Parliament House, disassociating yourself from the Town Clerk's memorandum of the 2nd of May on the grounds that proper process has not been followed. That's my invitation to you, and on those grounds it is premature to put a SGA in the LTC. It may never be approved by the fast track, and it's under a democratic process at the present point of time. I ask you to respect democratic processes, respect my right and my contribution, the contribution of other people, and the democratic rights of the community. Remember, you're here to represent them. Okay, and I'll leave you with that thought. Thank you. Questions?
And just for you, that process is still taking place, and that will come to full council with recommendations. And any decision that Guildford make on what they want to do there, part of the consenting process will involve what to do with the traffic. That'll be part of that whole process. That'll come through a whole process where community will be involved in the consultation.
Well, I dispute that. I dispute that because if you read the draft bill, and I've been watching the representations being made on it at the current point of time in Parliament, bit of a hiccup there. The chairman got the boot this morning for only to declare his is donations. So everything's got a bit of a hiccup. But if you go through that, that particular bill places that entire power in a group of experts, which the politicians can overrule, and that's being hotly contested in the submissions made there right there and then. The problem is not clear. I mean, the public are excluded, that's quite blunt. The problem that is unclear is the role of councils in it. And as I understand it, and reading other pieces I had, Sir Geoffrey Palmer's written a very good article on it in News Hub. I suggest you all read it. A man of competent law, who I've respected and had many discussions with on the issues. The key thing here is that you might get consulted, but that's it. You are not able to have the power you have now. That's taken from you. And that's where the anti-democratic part as regards the use of a council is. Now, I totally dispute what you say, because the submissions are making is one of the things is they don't want the ministers telling consultants what to do, because the ministers and matters a lot of these things are bungling amateurs. And the trouble, they want independence in these consultants. But then the question is, what appointment make of them and what public accountability do they have? It's unresolved.
Did you put a submission in?
Yes.
Yeah.
I spread all this out, but one of the problems, Mr. Mayor, with submissions, who the hell reads them? There's thousands in there. Do the sums. Who's going to read it and who's going to bring it to the attention of the three ministers who I choose to call the three wise monkeys? It's totally physically beyond them.
Read your one.
Yeah, we
do. Yeah.
Councillor
Kerry?
Yeah, thank you for speaking, and I apologise, but I'd just like to make it clear that I actually, and my vote should be recorded, was against our submission in support of the fast track consenting bill. I think it absolutely removes that democratic input, and as a resident down there with children who go to schools down there, driving past the fire station, and I see that every day, I think it absolutely creates all the issues that you raise. So thank you for speaking on that.
Councillor?
Yes, thank you, John, for your concern about this. Did you reconcile in the letter dated 2nd of May to the three MPs who were members of the Cabinet that Upper Hutt City Council supports Galliford Timber Company's limited application to fast track? Was para 7 of the paper that was presented to councillors at the 27th of July 2022 Policy Committee on this matter?
I haven't read the Policy Council paper of 2002.
You're going to ask me?
I'm trying to remember what did it say.
Are you going to? Thank you. It says, furthermore, council supported an EIO, expression of interest, and subsequent RFP, request for proposal application to the Government Infrastructure Acceleration Fund, which then existed.
Oh, yes.
The application was for a road or infrastructure corridor on the spur site, which would enable the southern growth area. The RFP was not successful, but the proposal to retain the majority of the spur land, which is the purpose of Plan Change 49, while enabling a road through its council, it has council support in principle.
Well, see, the problem with it,
so can you reconcile support in principle with the wording in the 2nd of May letter?
No.
Thank you.
No, I can't, quite frankly. As far as I'm concerned, the problem with that, I remember that incident now, I'd have to go back and dig out of my computer files what it was, but as I recall it, there was objection raised at that time. And as regards the democratic process we have before us now with the commissioners, the downside more than just the road going through it is an issue. I'm pointing out to you, and there's the time span, I kind of had to choose the one big hit that I believe is an absolute killer of it because of the impact it has on the Silverstream community traffic flow and congestion around there. The town's going to come to a stop. And that I can point, as I say, quite clearly that you're breaching the act for which you're here for. And I'm dead serious about it. What does concern me, thank you, Councillor, who's up here?
Kerry.
Okay, Councillor Kerry, for your contribution. And to hear what you said, is that the town clerk has issued a memorandum to ministers of the Crown saying everybody supports it. Well, we've got one man here saying he has had the courage to say he didn't. So how does the town clerk come to make a memorandum claiming everybody when clearly there's one? I hear there might be one or two others as well concerned about that. Well, that's a misrepresentation, Mr. Mayor.
This council put a submission in support of fast track.
I know you do. No, the claim is the council put it in, but I understand there was no proper meeting held and proper process required for public meetings of a body such as this were not complied with. Well, okay, then maybe we'll have to go to a higher authority to come and investigate the matter. But clearly, if one man has objected.
But at the meeting, he did object. He asked his vote.
Then the town clerk's claim that all of council agreed with it before ministers of the Crown is incorrect. At best, it's a misrepresentation. At worst, it's a damn lie. Which is it?
Not a lie.
I don't believe it.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Thank you. Our next submitter is Janine Cherri. Is Janine here? No. Is Rama here? No. So we will adjourn until the next of our.
We can tell you we've got one.
Is Robin Chesterfield here? Robin, you ready to go? Yep. Thank you. So we'll go down to Robin. Robin is 576, page 62.
Yeah, you've got a PowerPoint. Yeah. So I just start off with the background of where I come from in forestry and in the Hassall forest. Half of my forest is in commercial forest, the other half is native. I'm in the 1990 forest, which means I've got to stay in forestry. And I live in Portrush. I've been in forestry for 44 years. I've actually logged my forest twice. And I've been through, have no sedimentation issues or erosion, and been through major storm events like the Paikokariki storm in 2003, which brought a lot of water down the Wainui stream. Move on to in 2013, when I harvested my forest, the logs came out via regional council roads. In other words, they did not travel on Upper Hutt City Council roads. They came through Greater Wellington Forest and onto Totara Park Bridge and then on state highways. So, and I had to pay royalties to Greater Wellington to do that. So I paid basically per truckload to move it. So if you have a situation where you're going to raise the rates for forest owners substantially, I'm going to be paying, on the next time I'm logging the forest, I'm going to be paying Greater Wellington and also paying excessive rates at the same time. So it's just not a viable solution to a problem. And I've also just mentioned here that most of the time when I am using Upper Hutt City Council's roads, it's for low volume silviculture work, when you're just moving through along Moonshine Road to get into the forest to do work. And you're going in there with you know, just normal low small vehicles. And I sort of really pointed out in this PowerPoint that the amount of usage that has been made of the forest at that time of the road, the Moonshine Road at that time is very small, because it's less than what daily commuters use it. It's less than what vehicles do attending to properties, and it's much less than recreational vehicles which are going to the motorcycle club or burning around in the regional council forest. So I just feel that the amount of use that I'm making of regional council, of Upper Hutt City Council roads is actually very little. Just moving on, I see forestry as a long-term business, as other people talked about today, and rating increases are rather an inconceivable. They are not a very good way to actually to deal with the problem of actually things like roading. And in fact, these rating increases are going to lead to a difficult situation for ourselves because I can't stop planting forestry because I'm a pre-1990 forest. So even if the rates are so high that I'm not making a profit out of the forest, I can't actually stop forestry. So I'm moving on to my last slide here about alternative capital values.
Could you just?
Yeah, I just put it up, sorry now.
Great, thank you.
In the next time I come to harvesting my forest, I'll be using the same method. I believe I'll be using the same method as I've used. I was moving the logs through Greater Wellington forest roading structure. I don't really have any choice. I can't move them on Moonshine Road. It's not a practical road to be moving logs on. So, and I will be paying Greater Wellington for the privilege of using their roads. And I'm just thinking that in some ways that road user charges is most likely a better way to move forward with capital values because it's volume based. If you're moving 100 trucks, you're paying for 100 trucks. If you're moving 500 trucks, you're paying for 500 trucks. And it must be possible, rather than thinking in terms of capital values of properties, which really have little bearing on the number of truck movements. I mean, as Paul said, you know, a lot of his forest is actually native, but his capital value won't take that into account. So I see that we're better off moving away from capital values to try and solve the problem of the use of roading. I mean, I don't think it's very difficult. I don't know whether anyone in the council knows what logging trucks are costing the council in terms of roading charges. I don't have any idea. I just feel that from a forestry point of view, at the time when you're logging and you're harvesting, is a time when you should be paying because that's the time when you're actually using the road. And my final point is that I see that forestry is a productive use of land. I don't see any difference between that and what you have as a greater than 30 hectare rural productive land rating. So I think forestry should stay on that rating for that purpose. So it's quite a short presentation.
Good presentation. Any questions for Robin? Councillor Carson and Councillor
Robin, so the logs come down along that logging road and come out before Touch Park Bridge, is that right?
Yeah.
Is that the road you're talking about? So the only use is over Touch Park Bridge until you get on the State Highway 2.
Yeah, just about it. I think there's a tiny bit of road on Bulls Run Road, but I don't know who actually maintains it. Yeah.
No, the main effect is on Touch Park Bridge.
Yeah.
Councillor Swiles.
Thank you, Robin, for coming in and presenting to us. So just give me a little bit more information about you cannot stop being a price because of the year that you started in 1990. What does that mean?
Well, pre-1990 forest, it's all to do with the ETS, right? And basically, at the time, it was deemed by the government that any forests that were planted prior to 1990 had to stay in forestry. It couldn't be taken out of forestry. It was a way for the government to make sure all the big forests stayed in forestry. In other words, there wasn't going to be a sudden drop in carbon, right? And so my forest actually was deemed to be a pre-1990 forest because I started in 1980.
Right.
Right?
Yeah. Okay, I have another question, if that's all right. So thank you, Robin, for that. So with regards to, you say that under 50% of your property is in commercial forests. So,
Well, it's somewhere around 50-50, yeah.
So how big is the property and what is the other 50?
It's 100 acres. Yes, it's 100 acres, 42 hectares.
2 hectares. Right, and what do you use the other portion of your property for if it's not in commercial forestry? What is?
I'm letting it restore to nature. I've been doing it for 44 years. When I first went there, it was shrubland. Now you can walk underneath it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Rob.
Thank you,
Thank you
Rob.
very much. Thank
Okay.
you. We don't have Janine Cherri or Rama Krishnas? No. Jason, no. No. So we'll adjourn for 10 minutes.
So it needs to be done.
move the hearings process. Welcome everybody again, and our next submitter is submitter number 570, which is Janine Cherri. Welcome. Now you can either stand or sit on that, whatever you like. Yep. Yep.
Do I start talking first or do you?
No, away you go.
Okay, well, as you've read my letter, my daughter went through the windscreen of a car 18 years ago, coming up a few weeks. We live in Kimberley. This happened, she got off the bus at the bus stop, walked to the corner, crossed the road, only could go half across the road because she had to make sure that the other half was clear on the painted island. The lady decided to beat the bus out of the bus stop, went wide, sped up, took her out. She ended up with 63 stitches in her face. She doesn't remember it. She was 15. The reason I'm bringing this up to wanting you to change on that bit of road is because you've changed Alexander Road. Why? I don't understand. There is no housing that driveways go out to Alexander Road, only the streets. Up that way, there's at least approximately 57 houses with driveways going on to Ferguson Drive there. There's 6-7 streets, 4 bus stops, 2 on either side, and there is nowhere for anybody to cross. There's no dairy or shops. If they want to go to get any bread, milk, whatever, they've got to go to the super station. There's nowhere for anybody to cross the road. If you want to get out of that super station, you've never tried, it's a nightmare sometimes. Peak hour traffic goes at 30 k's. So why is it still 70? Why can't they go to 50 as well, like Alexander Road? That's where I'm at with it. And I would probably have never bothered coming here to say it until I read all of the people complaining about 50k down Alexander Road. I don't see a problem with it. I'm a driver for a job. I've been a bus driver and a coach driver for 20 years. 50k's is fine, especially when there's heaps of traffic and people want to get in and go home and people want to just cross the road. Maybe a roundabout, maybe a set of lights for people crossing. I don't know how to fix it. It would be pretty simple. It wouldn't be expensive, to work with what you've already got there. It would also be safer for the children and people getting on and off the buses from that bit of road. So that's that pretty much. Well, that was it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, any questions? Your councillor.
Yes.
Thanks, Janine.
Thank you.
If I'm right, I think that stretch of road you're talking about, I think NZTL, Kotahi, control the road zone along there.
Yeah, it says it's a state highway too. Yeah, but I don't understand why it's a state highway too when it's a residential built up area. And I looked up and I tried to look, do some research on who to contact, and I found a councillor's name, but she isn't a councillor anymore. It was a few years ago she had a bit of a say about it. But I don't understand, on state highways, there's no bus stops, there's no residential areas, and that is exactly what the road holds.
I totally don't agree with you.
Yeah, but I don't know what to do about it.
We don't control it, but yeah, we don't control that bit of the road.
But would you not have a more?
We'd advocate for it.
Well, yeah, but would you not have more of an oomph to talk to the right people?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know who the right people are. Yeah, yeah, just to see whether they, I don't know, something.
Councillor Bentley.
Yeah.
Sorry, just to see, that piece of road did come up in Waka Kotahi's proposals for the speed limit reductions, didn't it? I swear it was in there. It did, yeah. Yeah, so it's being looked at.
Of course.
I know it's in works.
Yeah.
It's being looked at.
Well, yeah.
So we were just grateful that my daughter was
This
alive.
new government might have chucked it out. Yeah.
But yeah,
That's all cool. No, that's cool. And hey, some people are just not going to like it, but it's for the people that live in it, that area as well. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. Now we move to submitter 621, Jason Durry. Sorry? Page.
69.
You can either stand, Jason, or sit.
Right.
Yeah.
But that presentation somewhere.
No, sorry. Great, thanks, so I just wanted to talk about three things today. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. Taking away money from the volunteer sector of our city by scrapping the community grant scheme is a kick in the face for the volunteers who freely give their time, often time that they do not really have to spare. This type of grant in recent years has been used by our organisation to help pay for advertising handouts, given that in that photo there at Wellington Railway Station, and a major website upgrade, both of which help attract visitors to our city. With a currently fractured relationship between council and our organisation, having these grants was a useful way to keep us drifting too far apart and help confirm that some in the council cared about the part we play in Upper Huts. The railway was one of the first recipients of a sustainability stimulus grant. This allowed us to undertake a project to source water for our steam locomotives off our roofs rather than off the spur, and to decrease reliance on our fragile town supply. For the last two funding rounds, we've been supporting Pest-Free Upper Hutt with the initiative to trap pests on and around the Silverstream Spur to aid in protecting its recovering ecosystems. The work that our combined team of volunteers does on a regular basis has resulted in the reduction of over 300 rats, mice and possums off the spur. Stopping these grants, which have contributed greatly to the sustainability of our local environment, is a mistake. Once they are gone, it seems unlikely they will make a comeback. Cutting back a tiny bit of spending on H2O or artificial grass replacement or one of the intersection upgrades will easily cover both the amounts of these relatively small gestures that the council has been doing to help our community thrive and our amazing volunteer sector to feel appreciated. A city cannot base its entire existence around sports. It needs diversity, which is something that these grants have assisted with. And finally, we need to talk about this letter. A letter of support outlining the intention to provide approval to build a road on the Silverstream Spur, sent to the ministers ultimately responsible for fast-track consenting. The letter, which came about as a result of a seemingly secret meeting on the 24th of April between Council and GTC. Throughout all the incarnations of these proposals for the spur, like the sale and the MOU, which are all conducted behind closed doors, the community just wanted to have their chance to have their say and be listened to. And when we finally get the opportunity to do so, twice in recent months, this letter turns up. Written by the CE, but working under no mandate, apparently. This type of behaviour ignores the strong community sentiments that have resonated over many years from a wide range of people. We received a copy of this letter on Tuesday, allegedly before even most people in this room had any knowledge of it. And our copy allegedly differs slightly from the copy you received by featuring the date in which it was written. It's also alleged this matter was not discussed at any council meeting, was not discussed at any workshop, it just happened after this meeting. Even your website can't keep pace with these meetings and dealings, referring to state, and I quote, "It would be premature for council to consult the public now any plan change because council and GTC have not initiated this work and no formal proposal has been received. The hearing for plan change 49 is not even adjourned, and let alone the recommendations ready to come to this council, and yet it seems that some in this room have already given their approval for the road, which makes an absolute joke. It is unfathomable exactly what part of council conducting its business in an open, transparent and democratically accountable manner and having regards to the views of all of its community, this letter and the circumstances around it fit under. Quite how this council is going to find the tens of millions of dollars to build the infrastructure for the subdivision when it is cutting so heavily from the heart of the community is another matter entirely, and it really defies belief. This letter has only served to draw attention to the way this issue has been dealt with, and it's not a good look. So I'm happy to take questions.
Any questions from Jason?
Well, I wanted to ask you a question about your actual submission.
Yes.
And I want to ask about the grant making environment at the moment. And I suppose what I'm asking is, what other funders are there around and what's their current mood about projects like the ones that you're involved in?
We've always had a pretty good ability to get grants when we apply for them. Post-COVID, we lost the sort of Wellington Community Trust, which had been quite good to us in sort of the last couple of decades. They sort of shifted focus quite a bit, which sort of excluded what our activities are. We've had money out of Hutmana Charitable Trust, the Lion Foundation. Yeah, but certainly having never massive grants from the council. We never asked for a lot because there were always a lot of people sort of asking for money. But they were well received. It was just that sort of gesture that, that sort of links us into the city, and it gives a connection between the council and ourselves. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you, Jason. Thank you. Now, next submitter is 627 Quentin Duffy.
No, it's not.
No. Well, we'll just have to wait. We'll adjourn until they We'll resume our hearings. And our next submitter, we've got Peter Hassall, who's submitted 267, page 80. Welcome, Peter. Now you can either stand or sit, whatever you want to do.
Just stand, thanks. Hey, thanks for giving me the time to speak here today. As others have said before you, you are stuck between a rock and a hard place. And I certainly would not like to, be in your positions trying to make all these sorts of decisions. You've done some great work in Upper Hutt. When H2O is reopened, it's going to be an amazing asset for the city. And Expressions for Anarchy is also a very great jewel in the city's crown, so to speak. I think also attracts visitors. I've been watching some of the submissions online, and I was quite surprised that they're reduced to the point of doing the cleaning themselves to save some money at Expressions. So that is, although I think costs can be saved in some areas to try and improve the situation, I would definitely say that Expressions is one area which could use some more funding. And I think that would be quite a small amount in terms of the whole overall budget for many things, which I'll get to in a couple of minutes. So I'm very concerned about the proposed 20% increase in rates per year for the first 3 years, which effectively by the end of that time is 170% increase on the current amount, okay, because that 20% adds on each year. My family, we're in a more fortunate position than many. I earn above average income, but even we have to really budget tightly these days. We don't go out and eat in restaurants. I've actually, the old cliche, I've actually stopped buying coffees. And that saves me $20 odd a fortnight. And the main reason for that is inflation's about 5% or so, but your basics like food at the supermarket have gone up more than that. Our insurance bill, we just got the other week, 40% increase. So we've cut down on our insurance, on how much we're insured for our home and contents and so on. And my income hasn't gone up even 5% in a year. So my big worry is for people who are in less fortunate positions than I am, people who are superannuants, people who are unemployed or on sickness benefits, people who are low income and are renting, and this increase is going to be passed on to renters. And I know it's going to be very difficult because you've got a lot of expenses. There's a lot of things which have to be done and a lot of things which would be nice to do. So you're going to have to make some tough decisions. I have heard a couple of times someone here asked people what they thought of it being 25% for the first couple of years. I've forgotten who it was now, but that's definitely the wrong direction. People are going to struggle with a 20% increase, right? I think the council should do everything they possibly can. I know you're paying off debt and everything as well. There's all these new infrastructure things we're going to have to cover, but to smooth it out a bit more so that it's 15% or a bit lower if you can for the first few years. So there's a couple of ways to do that. One is to increase income. I don't know all the facts and figures, but all the new developments, are they being charged enough for each new dwelling? There's one person that said that it can take up to a year to get that money. Could that be got earlier? Should we be charging more for the landlords of all the empty shops? which have been empty for year after year after year. The other is to reduce spending. Now, I would like to see a bit more money spent for expressions and also for the library, to be honest. But other than that, I'm concerned there are some things like we've got two upgrading of intersections in Ferguson Drive, $12 million total. Can some of the stuff be either pushed out, or does it really have to be that much? The hydrotherapy pool would be fantastic at H2O, but $13 million. It's an awful lot of money. So, yeah, there's a whole lot. There's paving, $6 million, and so on. I don't know all the ins and outs. Perhaps some of these costs can be reduced. Perhaps some can be pushed further down the track, if they're not as urgent to be done. Lastly, just in this, unfortunately, this bottom bit here, the renewals program, 1.44 billion, which as far as I can tell is mostly stuff to do with water infrastructure and so on. It would have been very helpful if that had been broken down a lot more. Because that's 1.44 billion, which if that can be reduced or some of that pushed further out, you're not going to have to do so much of all these other things, which in proportion are a lot less. And also I've lived here 28 odd years. Anyway, that's about it.
Any questions for Peter? Councillor Holmes.
Hi, Peter. Thanks for coming along to submit. I just see you're opposed to the idea of water meters.
I am very opposed to the idea.
And the extra. I wonder how you feel about potentially, because we've had people say maybe we should just start to introduce them for new builds going through, and then potentially sort of roll them out over time as opposed to sort of blanket doing everything. And I see that one of the concerns that you had was around, if you're not aware of leaks and how that goes, if there's, But I'm just wondering your thoughts on introducing it for new builds.
No, because I think then it's going to then become for everyone. My two main concerns about water meters are one, if you have a leak that you're unaware of and so on, what's going to happen there? Will people end up with a huge bill? Because I've read about that happening in other areas of New Zealand. And to me, that is fundamentally unfair, even if it is on your own property. If you're simply not aware of it until you get a huge bill. The other thing is and I know I've just argued for not increasing the rates as much. I would much rather rates were increased to cover the water costs when meters installed. One reason is that people that are on lower incomes and so on are going to desperately be using less water, and that's not going to be good for hygiene and all sorts of things. If we've got to pay for our water use in some way, make it part of the normal rates for everyone. And it's kind of a bit ridiculous, like our Toby outside started leaking about 3 months ago. So it was leaking for 8 weeks, then it got fixed for 2 days, and it's been leaking again for another 4 weeks. And there's water just gushing out of it. So unless we can get on top of things like that, I think it's a bit hypocritical to introduce water meters to reduce water use when we have leaks like that happening.
Okay, any further questions? Your worship. No, Councillor Stiles.
Peter, thank you for coming along and speaking. And so we've been told that actually some of us should actually, when we're looking at the cuts that we've got in this document, a lot of it appears, and people say that it's about the social fabric that are most affected with the cuts that we're offering with regard to community grants and things like that. So you haven't really touched on any of them other than expressions and the library. What are your thoughts about you know, the community grants, the sustainability grants, those sorts of things. Do you have a thought?
That's getting down into very fine detail. I think it's a good idea if council support those things. And I don't know all the figures, but I would suggest that what the council does contribute to those things will be very small compared to figures we're going to be spending on water and other infrastructure. So perhaps a good suggestion for the council would be to look at all that big infrastructure cost and see if that can be smoothed out over a longer period, because that would give you tens of millions more each year. At least 10 or 20 million if it can be drawn out longer for all these other things.
So there was another point that you said about the breaking down of sorry, your worship, breaking down of the water costs and where it is. So we're kind of the taker of that, and I know that it has been presented to the people that put the 2/3 of the water bill that we've got in there on their own third, that maybe the investment is actually in the wrong place and we should put a sustainability lens over it and look at moving it from Seaview and moving it somewhere else and invest that money in probably forward thinking to make sure that those millions of dollars that you're talking about are actually not going to be affected by climate change. Is that something that you would advocate to take to the powers that be?
I would certainly advocate that the council looks into all possibilities and weighs them up. I mean, these are very complex issues, but obviously the water, sewerage and so on, that is a huge amount of the needed council spend coming up. So, as I said, any reduction in that total cost or any potential pushing some of that further down the track will free up money for a lot of these other things, which are very good for social need. And also hopefully would reduce the proposed rates increase, which, as I said, I really, you know, I'm financially, our family, we're much better than many people, much better off. So I honestly don't know how people can survive who are on benefits and things and don't have savings or some other income.
A fixed income.
Yeah, I mean, I've looked ahead towards retirement because I'm starting to get there, but I'm going to be working hopefully 7 years past retirement age because my wife is 7 years younger. And I simply can't see how we could have a reasonably comfortable lifestyle without both of us getting it. You know, if we went on just me being on retirement, we'd be eating through our KiwiSaver, what we've put aside, pretty quickly. So again, I really feel for people in the community who are on those fixed incomes and they're not getting anywhere near the same level of increase each year as all these other expenses, which are well above 5%. You know, insurance and unfortunately it looks like rates, which is why anything you can do to soften that blow, I think would help the community.
So where does soften land for you, Peter? Is it 16%? Is it 17%? Because I appreciate all of this, where it will live in this compound.
I mean, obviously, it's what you can do. I think 10% could be really good for that first 3 years. 15% is an absolute maximum. And I'm not saying you can do it. I'm not saying it's going to be easy. But again, just those things, can you increase income? Can you decrease some of these expenses? And especially about all that infrastructure for water, sewerage, wastewater and so on. That's the real big expense, isn't it, over the next decade? That's taking up a huge chunk. And, you know, there's some of the repaying of debt and so forth, but that is a huge expense. So what can be done to perhaps reduce some of that or spread that out over more than the next 10 years?
Okay, no other councillor.
Yeah, thank you. So you'd be happy to see council kind of replace water infrastructure slower or invest less in water to keep rates lower for longer? So So, because the predicament is this, if council doesn't do that, then more leaks happen and water's lost. It's not, there has to be some compromise. So you'd be willing for that to, be more willing for that to happen than for rates to go up higher.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because a big rates increase such as you're proposing really does impact, I feel, quite a lot of people in this community. Yeah, there's about 5,000 people losing their jobs in Wellington or have lost them. And I don't know, 10% maybe are in Upper Hutt, I don't know. There's going to be a lot of people in Upper Hutt who perhaps got a redundancy payout and very little prospect of another job. So things like this, you know, it's the old cliche, it's like another nail in the coffin for people that are struggling already, which is why I think it's kind of a social responsibility of the council to try and reduce that impact if they can. I know you've got to do these things, and I know it's going to cost X amount of money, but as I said, if some of the costs can be reduced, and if some of it can be spread out over a longer period, if it's not critical to be done in the next year or two or whatever.
Okay, no other questions? Thank you, Peter. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
We now go to submission number 635, page 84, Simon McGruer. Simon? Fine. Now, you can either stand or sit, whatever you like. All right? Yep.
All right. $56,000. $56,000. $56,000 is the amount of rates that the Upper Hutt ratepayer is going to pay over the next 10 years on average, according to this 2024 plan. The 2021 plan was $34,000. We're going from $34,000 in the space of 3 years, $56,000. That's what people are going to be paying over the next 10 years out of their after-tax income. I think it's going to break people. And it's going to destroy businesses. And Upper Hutt will be a less pleasant place to live. So that's the first thing I want to say. Second thing I want to say is that I don't think you have a mandate for these rate rises. You don't have a mandate. And the reason I say that is because we had an election in October 2022 and everyone got one of these booklets in their letterbox. And in this booklet is what everybody says they stand for. They get 150 words. And when I read through this, I don't read anything which says we need to raise rates by the magnitude of what you're saying. In fact, in this booklet, prospective councillors are saying along the lines of, Bill and Bentley, the cost of living crisis is tough for so many of us. That's why I'm committed to keeping rates affordable. Chris Carson, as a councillor, I pledge to keep rates as low as possible. Dave Wheeler, I know the importance of keeping rates as low as possible. Okay, so I'm struggling to reconcile what's been stated in this document 18 months ago in the upcoming election with what's being unfolded in front of the Upper Hutt public now. Something hasn't been explained to the public. So that's the second point I want to make. I don't think you've got any rises. The third thing I want to say, and I don't know if you've got my submission, but there's a table there, and I'll just speak about it. It's a table of numbers. And the numbers at the top of the page are regarding the 2024 long-term plan, which is the forecast numbers out of your plan. And the bottom half of the page is what was in 2021. So you can do a comparison between what was stated in 21 and what's being stated now. And I'll just go through some of the numbers. So in column M, H2O extreme, the pool over here. The next 10 years, you're going to take the rates off the ratepayer, $93 million. $93 million for that pool. 3 years ago, you stated that you needed $50 million over the next 10 years. You need $50 million over the next 10 years. Now you're saying you need 93. $93 million for that pool. The library, you want $51 million for the library over the next 10 years. 3 years ago, it was 38 million. These numbers are just mind-blowing. Expressions, you want $33 million for. 3 years ago, it was 18 million. Sustainability. I don't actually know what this is, but 3 years ago, you wanted $4.7 million over the next 10 years. You now want $35 million over the next 10 years from the ratepayer. Okay? The numbers are frightening. I think people in Upper Hutt are not going to be able to afford it, and I think they need to have it explained to them very clearly how these numbers have blown out. The last thing I will talk about is regarding, in here, is a 30-year capital expenditure projections. And and they're similar in 2021. And in 2021, the 30-year expenditure was going to be from 2021 for the next 30 years was going to be $1.3 billion. Now, 3 years later, the expenditure has jumped to $3.8 billion. It's gone from 1.3 to $3.8 billion, an extra $2.5 billion, $2,500 million extra. Okay? That's on capital expenditure, not operation, capital expenditure. And that equates to over 130 grand per ratepayer. Okay? So we're talking untold hardship, up and coming. These are your numbers. Okay? These are your numbers out of your documentation. I'm frightened by them. I think you're going to hurt you. That's what I've got to say.
Thanks, Simon. Any questions for Simon? Councillor Swales?
Thank you, Simon, for coming, and I'm hoping that you can answer this question. So I've got the 2021-22 people here because I knew that a number of people were losing their employment because of the cost escalations that we were proposing. Did you do the similar escalations against average income? Because you've looked at it from our perspective. I just think that it would be important for the councillors around here to actually hear what then you've told us that it's going to be an increase of 138,000 over the 10 years. But did you do the percentage increase like you did over here? Like you're saying that, you know, we've gone from 1.3 billion over 30 years to 3.8 billion, which is a percentage increase. Did you do a similar comparison on the home income of how this would affect and have an impact on those that are on fixed incomes?
No, I haven't done that.
Okay.
No, I haven't.
I was just wondering if you had, because people are talking about, you know, being of a more affluent kind of demographic, but then making us realise that those that were on a lower income.
I think
I understand that it's high.
there's two ways to look at it. There's the income aspect, and there's the expenditure aspect.
Yes.
And people have got incomes, and their incomes might increase by 4 or 5% per annum. They might do that. But we're talking about a close to 200% increase. And this is over the space of 3 years. So I guess the question is, why is that? What's driven the change? You know, and I don't think the public know this. I mean, I've had to dig into this and go back and it's not obvious to people, right? So this enormous, but this $2.5 billion for Upper Hutt, which has currently got what, 18,000 ratepayers, right? $2.5 billion over that small number of ratepayers. You know, the burden on their shoulders, you just got to go, you know, is it feasible? Their income may be increasing, it may not be. There may be people being laid off. Their income might be going down. Times are tough. But then you've got to look at what's the expenditure on and how do these numbers come about and where do the numbers come from? I don't know. I mean, I look at this and I don't know if you've got my submission there, but when you look at that 30-year table, there's one example that I just you know, I didn't spend a huge amount of time on, I just looked at it and go, stormwater, right? Have you got that there? So I've used that as the example throughout. And in 2021, in total, out of that 1.3 billion, you want about 29 million over the next 30 years for stormwater. And then within 3 years, somehow that 29 million figure becomes 450 million. So I think there needs to be a communication going out to the public saying, hey, look, we said it was going to be 29, it's actually 450. I don't know where these numbers come from. I don't know who it is that's generating these numbers. Is it Wellington Water? Is it, I don't know, that are saying this is what we're going to charge you. I would say that one of the best things that you could do, because you guys aren't plumbers, right? The best thing you could do, given that the biggest elephant in the room is the water situation, would be to get a bunch of plumbers, local upper hut plumbers who've got skin in the game, who don't want to be paying extortionate rates. You say, hey, upper hut plumbers, anyone want to come along to an evening where we discuss what could possibly be done in upper hut regarding the plumbing? Because the plumbing, there's leaks all over the place. Have a discussion. These guys know water. They know how it works. They've got ideas. They might be able to say, what, you've gone from 1.3 billion to 3.8 billion. We can do better than that. You know? So that would be my suggestion.
Any further questions?
Yeah, thanks for your submission. I totally agree with you. Water is a big issue. 46% of our expenditure is water. And we're micromanaging a lot of our 54% getting. But one area that I'm quite interested to get your thoughts on is our community grants and community backing. What are your thoughts on that area?
Community grants? I don't have an opinion on them. I haven't looked at it. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what do they amount to. And you know, when we're talking about $3.8 billion in what?
20,000.
Sorry?
103,000 for community grants.
All right. Oh yeah, I'm kind of looking at the big numbers. Yeah. I mean, 120 grand. If that's the kind of the small fry, right? If that's what you've been paying in the past, and people are really dependent upon it, you carry on, right? You don't go, oh, we better cut 120 grand because we're struggling with 3.8 billion over here, you know? So, yeah.
Councillor Bentley?
Do you think we should prefer a structure investment as well?
I think you should have the discussion. I don't know I don't know what makes up this $3.8 billion. I don't know how many man hours this forecast is built upon, what the assumptions are in the forecast. I don't know any of that information. I think that information needs to be made public. And then people can go, oh, what? You're paying, so you're assuming that the hourly rate these guys are charging is whatever it is. And then the local plumbers will go, why are you being charged that? We could do it for less than that. Maybe that's the sort of thing you need to be considering. I cannot reconcile 1.3 billion with 3.8 billion in the space of 3 years. It's just like, man, where did that come from? That's not a blowout. That's a catastrophe. So, and you know, it's 130 grand, over 130 grand per ratepayer extra. $130,000 per ratepayer extra. That's like a mortgage. Oh, come and live in Upper Hut. You can take on another mortgage to pay for your rates. It's right.
Other questions? Councillor Bentley, last question.
Part of the problem that we're in is that we have an infrastructure that's ultra clear. And partially the reason for that is because we have the second lowest average rate in the country. So, and now we're trying to catch up by getting rates to a level where we can afford to clear some of that backlog, hence the stark level for the rates increase. But do you accept that we're coming from a much lower base to those around the country?
I don't know. I've heard that, but I don't know. Every council will have their own challenges, right? So, you know, some people might live on a coastal area and they might go, oh, well, there's all sorts of coastal expenses they have to take care of, and we don't have that. Some areas might be much bigger than Upper Hut, and so they've got roading all over much bigger areas. Well, Upper Hut's quite a confined area. So every jurisdiction or every council's got their own unique things, right? So you have to say, oh, well, we're low rates and these guys are high rates. We should be bringing ourselves up to these guys, but these guys' circumstances may be completely different, completely uncomparable to ours. So, yeah, I mean, I think that the key thing is that people won't understand. They won't understand, and to say, oh, well, we've kept rates nice and low for a period of time, and now now we need to catch up. I mean, the first thing they're going to say is, well, you know, it's kind of the old, a stitch in time saves nine. Why weren't we investing more in the past? Because now it looks like it's going to be humongous, right?
Okay. Any other questions? One more, that's it, Councillor Yule.
You have that in a chart.
The rates, the comparison.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we have it in a very long stream.
Oh, you've got the email. Yeah, I asked them if they're going to send you the proper submission, and they said yes, but you obviously haven't. I sent it as an attachment. It should be a PDF attachment.
Might be in one of our folders.
Yeah.
You've definitely got it in the council, because I sent it to whoever the submissions go to. It's whether they've sent it to you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Simon. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. We now go to Kristy Grant from Lane Street Studios. Hi, welcome.
Kia ora. Hello, everybody.
It's page 77.
Okay. So I'm Kristy. I'm the CEO of Lane Street Studios, and I wanted to talk today quickly, and I'm conscious of just the short time frame, but I wanted to talk about two things. One was a suggestion about and feedback about continuing to support the economic development aspect that you've provided and how valuable it's been to Lane Street Studios, and also to partially provide a solution. But first of all, I wanted to provide some feedback because we're newly operational, and we have a production in place that is, they're not Wellington natives, they're let alone from Upper Hutt, and they have so enjoyed their time being out here in terms of the support from the council, in terms of the interactions of the local people, the infrastructure, the access, and it's been just sensational. And I have to say, we couldn't have done it without what we have in Upper Hutt, and I think that's something to be celebrated. So I'm very excited about that. My advocacy is around supporting the role of economic development team, and it's been crucial in terms of the development of Lane Street Studios, and we wouldn't be here without that team. So I think that's an absolute vital part of continuing on. And there's aspects of my organisation that are quite confidential, and I can't discuss, and there's part of it that we're still in our first year of operation, and certain financials that are still sort of coming into being. But my point is that there is so much potential in Upper Hutt in terms of what Lane Street represents. And as New Zealanders, we're facing some economic crisis, and we see it all around us in terms of increase in rates and costs of living. But Lane Street is a substantial beacon in terms of attracting international investment and money into New Zealand. And my point is that we need to make the most of that as much as we possibly can. And in order to do that, we need to have the ongoing support of the economic development team within the council. So within our organisation, we're a film studio. Okay, we have production, and we provide up to 600 jobs in terms of each production of what Lane Street can take. But then there's so much more than that, and that's where we're just at the beginning of that potential. So there's accommodation, there's housing in terms of ongoing or temporary, hospitality, transport, entertainment, childcare, everything. There's so much potential, and we're still at the beginning of that, and that's what I want to realise, and that's the second stage of us and our organisation is trying to attract. So all of those opportunities are coming in, and in order to funnel those as much as possible, you know, we really rely on the economic development team to continue to do that. So our offer is to try to support that as much as possible and work with other businesses to do as much as we possibly can, because I think that there has been a lot of support given to businesses to grow in Upper Hutt, and we'd like to see more of that happening. So we're offering some resource from our side to try to work with you to coordinate and collaborate on those opportunities as much as possible, and bring some benefit and some revenue into our city as much as we can. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristy. Any questions, Kristy? Seem to be plenty of cars every time you go past.
Yeah.
There's a lot of action happening. Exactly. Councillor Swales.
Kristy, thank you for coming along and speaking. And you're right, we've attracted some really significant businesses to our area, and the opportunity for added value through those businesses is, as you say, to be realised with that. So with the Economic Development Stimulus Development Fund, is it that you're talking about where we debt fund that? Or is it the resource, which is the manpower that you're talking about?
Second, the latter, yeah, it's a resource, it's the people, yeah, very much so.
Because I was going to say, I think we're at a point where probably attracting businesses here is, you know, they're going to come here because of what we've already got.
The momentum that's really,
absolutely.
yeah.
So it's that resource.
Yeah. I believe that there's a significant amount of momentum that's really good. So it's about having the people to realise that.
Right.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any further questions? No? Thank you, Kristy. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Our next submitted is. No, I hear. Well, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Right.
Yeah, we're not here. We'll adjourn until.
Yes.
And then
which is on page 95, that's Stephen Pattinson. Afternoon, Stephen. Look, you come forward now, you can either sit on the chair or stand, whatever you wish to do. We had a presentation. Yeah, come. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors, council staff, members of the public. Tēnā koutou katoa. Sabre Hills requests that council allow in this long-term plan to refine flood assessments, flood model and flood maps again, and this time to do it properly. I welcome any questions you may have about today's content. If you have no questions about the content, then I'll assume that you understand what I'm presenting today, which clearly demonstrates that the current Pinehaven flood model is fatally flawed. Fatally flawed. Some of our requests we ask that council action immediately, namely the protection of the Pinehaven Streams gauge site from the current proposed stream improvements and the reinstatement of the stream gauge. 11 years of stream flow record have been missed because the stream gauge was removed in 2013. For any meaningful upgrade of the flood model, the stream gauge must be reinstalled. And that the existing Pinehaven flood model and maps be retracted because they are falsely showing many properties in Pinehaven and Silverstream to be in a 100-year flood zone when they actually aren't. Other aspects of our request will require more time. Preparing a flood hazard assessment for the Pinehaven stream catchment again, correctly. Reassessing the stream improvements against a reliable baseline flood model and upgrading the Pinehaven flood hazard maps in the district plan. Slide 2. This slide is Greater Wellington's 100-year flood map for my property at 27 Elmsley Road. This is the top map. It is totally false. It was created by Greater Wellington adding 300 millimetres of floodwater masquerading as freeboard on top of just a few millimetres of surface water on the lawns, much of it only 0 to 2 millimetres deep, which is not a flood hazard. Are you with me, Chris? Thank you. This flood map will mask hundreds of tonnes of additional flood water from any future Guildford development on the hills at the head of Elmsley Road subcatchments, with potentially dire consequences for my family and property. A reliable flood hazard map for a 100-year flood event on our property at 27 Elmsley Road, prepared by flood expert Ashok Jacob and Associates, is the bottom. My wife and I have met with Council's CEO and requested that the current false flood map be retracted and replaced with a 100-year map by Ashok Jacob and Associates. We request that this 14-year-long mistake by Council be rectified immediately. The current Pinehaven flood model was fabricated by Council's consultants. It is not based on any real flood data. This is how we know the current Pinehaven flood model is grossly inflated. It's saying 2010 future development scenario. The modelling for that saying that Guildford development will make no difference to existing flood extents in Pinehaven. The Becker auditor lied to the Council, to the Hearing Commissioner for Plan Change 42, in the Environment Court, and in the Becker Pinehaven flood mapping audit, withholding critical information that he was aware of but chose not to disclose, information that would have revealed that the Pinehaven flood model is fatally flawed and the outcome of Plan Change 42 hearing would have been completely different. The email chain on the left is between Becker, MWH, SKM, and it contains the critical information illustrated. We've illustrated it in layperson's terms on the right. That instead of the current flood model representing the hills as forest with high interception and infiltration rates, it represents the hills as already developed. How did Council's consultants get the flood model so wrong? By not using the Pinehaven rain gauge by not using the recorded stream flow data from the stream gauge, and by not using local knowledge of flood extents. This includes the flood on the 8th of December 2019 compared with the flood that they used in 2009. The consultant's so-called 5-year event in 2009, you can see from those tide marks, was actually bigger than the event in 2019, which was a 30-year storm event. And according to their graph, the 2009 event occurs about fortnightly. But when it's done properly on the RJ Hall graph below, you can see that that 2009 event was actually about a 40-year event. This shows the extent of the unreliability of the council's consultants' work. 3 times the auditor lied in this audit report, saying that he did not get an explanation from NWH as to why the Guildford development did not show any additional flooding in Pinehaven. He did receive that information. You saw it in the earlier slide in that email chain. On our property, this is the final slide. The auditor, and it seems with the help of Jacobs, SKM, fiddled with the ground levels and water levels on our property, produced that picture, published this false information about our property in the audit report, and used it to say that all the other properties that are actually falsely shown are to validate saying that they are correct when they actually aren't. We have tolerated this false representation of our properties in a 100-year flood zone long enough. We also object to being stung with Guildford's stormwater management costs, and I'm referring here to the $5 million from our rates to replace the Pinehaven Road culvert, not for our benefit, but for Guildford's benefit, to cope with the future unmanaged stormwater runoff due to failed hydraulic neutrality assessments that will result from the grossly inflated baseline flood model. Whatever happens from here moving forward, none of the councillors will be able to say you were not aware of fatal flaws in the current flood maps. And our property, like many others in Pinehaven, gets no benefit from the current stream routes and this must be very. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Any questions?
Yes.
Councillor Beck.
Stephen, are you seeing or hearing of many flow-on effects in terms of insurance for those in the affected areas?
Councillor Bentley, insurance is an issue. However, it's not the main issue that we are bringing to your attention. The main issue is that the obvious flaw in the flood modelling is that it's been modelled as if the land is already developed. And that's why there was no extra floodwater showing up in that future development scenario modelling.
Councillor Cherri.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen. Can you tell me who owns and maintains the sorry, I'm at home sick.
Where's this coming from?
It's Durry.
Oh,
yeah.
Sorry,
that's all right. Can you please tell me who owns and maintains the rain gauge you're referring to that wasn't used?
The Pinehaven rain gauge that you're referring to that got taken away, who owns?
Oh, yeah. If you look in the SKM report 2010, they mentioned twice that unfortunately the rain gauge malfunctioned on the 23rd of July 2009, which is when that event happened. Under an OIA response, we learned that what actually happened was that Greater Wellington Regional Council removed the Pinehaven rain gauge from the catchment when they started the flood assessment, and they replaced it 2 years later after they finished the assessment.
So is it in place now?
Pardon?
Is it in place now?
Yes, but it wasn't in place when the flood assessment was done for the full 2 years that they were doing that study, because they took it away. It didn't malfunction, they took it away.
Councillor Swallow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen, for coming. So with regard to where GW, Greater Wellington Regional Council, is sitting at the moment, they've moved away from modelling from a 100-year flood to 400-year events. So is so you've just given us information here for 100. So do you suggest that if we were to model at a 400-year event, that the work that we're doing on the Pinehaven stream would not be beneficial to the residents that are there?
If you're modelling on a 400-year event, then why has the industrial area in Eastern Hutt Road been developed? That's within the 400 flood zone of the Hutt River. And why is the Silverstream school, St Pat's, raising the ground level of all that area, which is in the 400-year flood zone of the Hutt River, 3 metres, constricting the flood flow of the river at that point?
All questions probably for GW, Stephen.
Well, I suggest you ask your questions then.
Well,
Any further questions?
What I'm asking you to look at, please, is the modelling that has been done and to acknowledge that it is incorrect. It is grossly incorrect. And we've cracked it because we've had this false information about our properties on our titles for too long.
Councillor Bentley.
Is there any consultants or methods that you would prefer to be used in these situations?
That's a really good question. Thank you, Councillor Bentley. Could we, that would be a good question to talk about at a later date. What has to happen first is that this council actually has to acknowledge that the flood mapping and modelling at the moment is totally unreliable and must be retracted. And then we can start talking about what to do next.
Any further questions? No? Thank you, Stephen. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Need to wait for this quite Okay, so we've got Nikita Wilson and not booked in yet, so we'll just adjourn until to see
Who is
Nikita. And we've just been advised that our submitter submitted to 50, Nikita not coming. So with that, I want to thank everybody for their submissions, and we now in the next few weeks will be beginning the process, and thank you for the observers that have come. And with that, I close the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, you're back.
That sounds good, doesn't it?